COVID and because of lack of an ability to travel with all the roadblocks, they can go back and forth between Sinjar and their homes. So I want to say that the system may be broken at this point too, and this is a good opportunity for us to travel with all the roadblocks. They can go back and forth between Sinjar and their homes. So I want to say that the system may be broken. Also, and this is a good opportunity for us to travel with all the roadblocks. They can go back and forth between Sinjar and their homes. So
also want to mention the other thing that's important to note with the that was a genocide against perpetrators were non-state actors. So ISIS was it's really unique that we're looking at a country, government, military being genocide
of genocide. So I think that makes it a little bit of a different discussion.
Okay. Duncan, you started your conversation by mentioning issue of justice. I remember, I mean, must have interviewed one-on-one on video for maybe more than 100, 150 Rohingya refugees, imams and clergy and the layperson and even children. Number one thing they say is justice. Do you think declaration of genocide will bring them this recognition that the world finally think right? Is it some type of mechanism to achieve justice?
First thing is, as a genocide survivor, myself also, as even I left from Burma, like how persecution, I couldn't go to the university, I was not able to go university. I faced those
I left from Burma, like
others,
how persecution, I couldn't go
how systematically institutionalized persecution I have faced in Burma. So one thing here is those survivors where I met Bangladesh, they have lost their fathers and their sisters been raped. The victims, they really want what they face, what persecution they face is need to be named. This is not crime against them. This is intentionally destroying a community, which is a genocide. This calling that name is demand of the victims, and that can protect many Rohingyas like me, many genocide survivors in Saudi Arabia, in Malaysia. They fled by boat, taking their life at risk by passing through high ocean, like about 15 days, 20 days, or 1 month, 2 months. The way many Rohingyas become unbearable situation in our current state, that's how they left the country. So that can give, by declaration of genocide, that can give protection to these Rohingya genocide survivors, many parts of the world. That is first thing. Secondly, by declaring that, it will step up more international action. Like US is a leading, if US leading role can speak a lot in international arena, including justice and accountability and including others political pressure. So that can help a lot. That's what I can say.
I mean, when you mention this, it becomes difficult for me because among the people I have met and sat down are somebody who authorized me to always mention her name and her story is Anwara. And she was just 13 when her parents were murdered and siblings. And she was dragged into a hut by Burmese military soldiers and raped all night long. She will faint and wake up in the morning, found herself alone, and she escaped without clothes. And somebody spotted her in a hut, in a vegetable garden, and gave her some clothes and brought her walking several days, a rape victim, a teenager. When I asked her that people are thinking of sending Rohingya back to Burma. What's your response? What would you do? He said, nobody's sending me anywhere. I will just throw myself under a truck. And last December 2019, when I met her, she had already attempted a suicide. These are little girls. I think of her, and because of her insistence, I mention her name. And there are many. Most of them don't share what happened with them. There are many, many of these. Is there a way, Daniel, in which Refugee International helps the victim of sexual violence in a dignified manner, that they are helped and they are supported properly?
Yeah, thanks for that powerful story. And I can attest to having heard many similar kinds of stories in talking to refugees on the ground. The role of Refugees International is we don't have programs on the ground, and we also don't take government money, which allows us to be independent in our advocacy. And so what we try to do is make sure that there is government funding, and that there is the right kind of response by humanitarian actors to address the kinds of challenges where, as you point out, for the Rohingya population, just an unbelievable number. And I forget the exact statistics that the State Department survey itself showed, but just a shocking number of people who witnessed sexual violence. So it's absolutely a key part of this, and it's something that continues to affect the people on the ground. And we've met with several organizations who specifically do work to try to help with the trauma that women and others have gone through, what children have seen, just in what they've seen, and trying to make sure that those kinds of programs are going forward. And right now, I would say the other important thing that's coming up, one of my colleagues focuses in on women and girls who have been displaced around the world. And COVID-19 brings a new challenge of where we're seeing, as you mentioned, it's so difficult to know the exact numbers because not everyone feels safe coming forward. But from what we hear from humanitarian workers around the world is there's a huge increase in gender-based violence in places like camps where people are staying home more, there's more strain. So that's something that needs to be a big part of the global humanitarian response, both addressing the trauma that's happened because of sexual violence in places like what happened to the Rohingya, and going forward the dangers that that COVID-19 is creating for people in those camps.
Sullivan, Commissioner Mensa, I mean, the US has given more money for Rohingya refugees than probably any other country, more than $620 million. What do you think future holds for this? Because people are still there, they still need support. Are you afraid that it may dwindle down when it comes to future? Because Bangladesh is a poor country, as we all know. They may or may not be able to support all of these people. And at the same time, they're not allowed to earn their living. They do not have refugee status. They cannot even go have education beyond the 3rd grade. So two-part of question, and I want each one of you to dwell on that. What is the future of Rohingya people? Of course, nobody's going to bomb Burma to have them accept Rohingya refugees back. They are the one who bomb Rohingyas to leave the country. What is the future? You know, a solution with the United Nations Human Rights Charter has is these are refugees, give them a refugee status. Why they call to give them a refugee status in each country is not as loud as they call to declare it a genocide. I mean, until they are able to go back, they need to have proper status, should be able to live their livelihood, should be able to educate. I mean, Burma denies education, Bangladesh is denying education, Malaysia is denying education. Who in the world has a heart to allow these people to educate themselves? What is it which we all can do on this panel? Anyone?
Sure, I will start with this one. I wish I had the answers for what the future holds. I know we need to continue the conversation. The people I spoke, you're right, education was something everyone wanted. This is a hardworking group of people. So many I spoke to told me that, they had animals and farms in Rakhine, and they never had to worry about money. They had good lives and strong families and a strong family community, focused community. And here they are now in a refugee camp with people just all around them, and no freedom of movement, no future. Their children, all the teenagers I spoke to, all the young men and women I spoke to wanted an education. And so, I think the number one, we keep talking about it. And I think the US is going to continue to support Bangladesh. I know because they've cut back their refugee numbers that they've been more willing to fund refugees abroad. So I do feel confident the US will continue to fund that. And I do, as I mentioned earlier, that this is unique compared to what happened against the Christians and Yazidis and Shias in Iraq, and that those were non-state actors. We're talking about, Burma being a nation state committing genocide against their own people. So I think that, the international community needs to be a little bit tougher on Burma and on the conditions for the Rohingyas that are in Burma in the Rakhine State. Those 120,000 that are currently don't have the kind of rights that other people in Burma have, and that's unacceptable. And so I think more pressure needs to be put on Burma, more sanctions. A lot of, when I gave my earlier remarks, the UK and the United States has put targeted sanctions, for instance, on some of the leaders, but the EU and a lot of other countries haven't. So, if we tied up all their money, at least there would be a consequence for this kind of behavior that maybe, would make others be less likely to engage in it, even current, military leaders, if they saw, if they engaged in this kind of activity, that perhaps they would be subject to the same sort of sanctions. So I think we need to be far more aggressive in how we're approaching this. And my heart just breaks for the story you told, Imam Milek, about that young girl, and so many people. I met this one mother that with young children put down a picture of her husband that had been laminated of him after he'd been killed, that was horrendous. And she just like, I want people to know what we endured, and because she needed us to know. And my heart broke for her, because I felt for her, and I felt I could honor her by hearing her story, but the fact that I wasn't able to give her an answer for what her future could be. And so I do hope that we can help figure that out as we continue this conversation.
Daniel, Refugee International handles a lot of refugee situation. Why, don't you think the demand to declare them official refugees should be as loud for their livelihood as our call for it to be declared a genocide?
Yeah, you bring up an important point. It's something that we have for years put in our own reports and our calls, is that the Rohingyas should be recognized as refugees and should be given the kinds of services and rights that go along with that. I'll say, like, even as we continue to focus on genocide and trying to prevent further atrocities, we can't forget the conditions that many Rohingya in other parts of the world are, what the conditions they're facing. One of my first trips with Refugees International was to Malaysia and Thailand, and talking to Rohingya there, and the challenges that they faced in terms of education, and in terms of just a lot of issues with detention. We're seeing that rise up again, and particularly in Malaysia, a lot of demonizing of Rohingya refugees, particularly around with COVID, and as we've seen in other parts of the world, but a demonization of Rohingya refugees, stigmatization that has to be addressed. And I mentioned earlier, we can't, even as we keep the pressure and recognize where the root causes are, we can't turn a blind eye to negative policies that the government of Bangladesh is pursuing. And I will say there was one blip of hope just ahead of COVID hitting, where there was a pilot program allowed by Bangladesh to start education at some of the younger grades. So there are efforts on the ground that are going on, and those cannot be, we can't lose sight of those, even as we're pushing on the genocide determination.
Duncan, does this constitute a priority, an important issue for Rohingyas to be declared a refugee?
Sorry, I didn't get you. What?
Is it is it part of a Rohingya demand to provide them a official refugee status in the countries they have reached?
What happened in current situation, we can see that the way how Burmese government, against the Rohingya, the ongoing genocide, as we can see, they are not, there is no willingness to take these people back. One thing is international pressure is not enough. That's why they know that. So currently there are 600,000 of Rohingya in Burma. Burmese government and military, they are jointly trying to get rid of them. So the way Rohingya, all Rohingya, we want to go back our native land. We want to live peacefully. We want to see restoring our rights and given protection. That is our demand. But what current situation happening, the way how we can see is, in the meantime, it is very important that Rohingya should be who are in Malaysia, in Indonesia, India, other countries. International other governments should protect them and should give them a kind of resettlement that can give a kind of including especially Bangladesh government. I want to say, rebuilding the survivors. Burmese government and military systematically destroying us. The narrative we have to counteract to build the community, to rebuild the community, empowering youth in camps and other countries. It is very important. We should educate them, we should give them resettlement, and we should allow refugee status and providing education for them. That is one of the top priority. And others, a growing population without education in Bangladesh, this is a big concern. So what I want to say here is, international community like US, UK, they are largest, they are big donors for the humanitarian aid. We really appreciate it. In Bangladesh government and Bangladeshi people, we will never forget what they give us, a shelter and a protection. But as we can see, the situation is not improving in Burma. The genocide is still ongoing. We really need international, like US, UK, OIC countries, Bangladesh and Malaysia governments help to empower, to rebuild, and to do much more pressure. Without, one thing I want to point out here is, we have to look at governments like doing sanctions, individual, me online and others. It's not enough. Need to do much more. It is important that the government should follow UN fact-finding missions recommendations. UN fact-finding missions recommendations are very important recommendations. They mentioned that without international intervention, there is no such way to solve Rohingya issue. This is very important. Let me tell, like as you mentioned earlier, during my democratic period time, my grandfather was a member of parliament. I was not recognized as a citizen. My father did government service more than 20 years. So since my family fled in 1978. Before I was born, this cycle of genocidal acts, cycles, and these persecutions are continuing. How many more years we need to suffer? How many more Rohingya need to be killed, raped, and murdered in front of our eyes? This is going on in 21st century, what we are witnessing. Whenever genocide happen, international community say never again, but this is right now is happening. So we really need international intervention, particularly determine the genocide declaration and bringing them justice, pushing much more, pressure, especially, military and military-related company sanctions are needed in this institution in Burma. Military related companies need to be sanctioned. That, and also one thing I want to point out here again: Aung San Suu Kyi, we Rohingya have supported her many years. I campaigned for her release in U.S. Congress and U.S. State Department and many parliaments. I spoke about to release her and political prisoners. Many years we did that. Today, she is complicit in this genocide. The narrative internet governments need to be changed. She is actually, people say she cannot do anything. She is having problem with it. But what I can see here is she herself is a problem to solve this. She is giving her government ministers are pushing Rohingya to take NVC right now. Right now, these last few days, even we are hearing national verification card, which is permanently her government is making us a stateless permanently. If you take NVC, national verification card, your son or your daughter cannot be citizen at all in Burma. You have no political rights, no other rights at all. So as we were full citizenship of Burma, we will never take it. This is what we call it a genocide card. Our government is trying to do. So in the governments like US, UK, other countries have to really look at, change that Aung San Suu Kyi's government is doing nothing. Just instead, they are government, NLD government is completed in this genocide. Without pushing NLD government, there is no such way to solve this issue. Even now we are waiting. There is election is coming soon. We do not know even Rohingya candidates they will allow or not under NLD government. So looks like government will not include the Rohingya right to vote and right to be member of parliament, even 2020 election. The first time in history we have witnessed in 2015. Now we can see under NLD government, supported by US, UK, and many other countries, and funding government this election commission. Under of that, this is going to happen. So we have to be very strong. It is very important that if that can happen under NLD government, under many governments, this can happen. This will bring a big legacy.
Thank you so much, Tonkan. One of the things which I would like to know from both Daniel and Commissioner Mainza is that to influence other government, for example, the Refugee International, does it try to influence just the US government or the other countries where refugees are, like Bangladesh, Thailand, Malaysia, and other countries to help Rohingyas acquire some status? Do you do that advocacy over there? And Commissioner, question with you is just yourself. I know that yourself have been denied entering in India for, I don't know, 10, 15 years, but do other countries, are you able to take a delegation and request them to provide a better facilities of education and, earning their own livelihood. You mentioned somebody who had farms. Actually, Rohingya people are very self-reliant people. When they were coming in 3 years ago, I saw if somebody has nothing with them, little bit of rice, and other side they will have just this small cellular panel. And I started investigating, and it turned out that since Burmese government in its discrimination will not allow electricity will be in the village, but they will give it to only Burmese, they consider to be Burmese, but not to Rohingya Burmese. So they started to, importing solar panels and they were carrying those because they were their livelihood. They will charge one light bulb, they will charge their cell phone with that. So very self-reliant people. I fully agree with you. Actually, one of the person talking to me told me that he has several hundred. He was living in the area where there was not a prior level of extraordinary genocide. So he has a lot of animals. And he said some of those animals military took, and he found in Bangladesh market those animals because he has his marking being sold right there. So they were self-reliant people. But how do you persuade other government other than the US? So Daniel, you have some response to that, because Rohingya refugees and Rohingya genocide survivors have a list of requests and demands from the governments. How your advocacy can incorporate those things?
Thank you. Yes, in short, yes, we do advocate to any country that's involved with the response in any kind of displacement case. So in the case of the Rohingya, if we go on a trip, we are meeting with government officials. So in the case of Bangladesh, I've regularly met with the RRC on the ground, the head of the response in Cox's Bazar, with the foreign secretary, with others. So yes, we do try to push and raise those issues of some of the ones that I've mentioned on Bashar Char, access to education, the internet and phone restrictions. So yes, we do. We are based in Washington, D.C., and so our primary target or for advocacy is the U.S. government. That's where we have the most kind of ability to push things. So and also with the UN. So that's where we a lot of times will go through U.S. government officials or ambassadors to countries to try to help to raise those kinds of issues of where somebody's not, if a group isn't being recognized as refugees, if they're not getting access to education or livelihoods, and then also working with local groups and partnering with local groups and advocacy groups to try to help to amplify their messages. Not to mention the refugees, displaced persons themselves. We're always trying to, in our reports, bring out their stories, or on social media, bringing out videos and getting the messages directly from them. So yes, we do. We try to target whoever we can who has a role to play in improving the situation in that particular case of forcibly displaced persons.
Commissioner Meinzer?
Yes, we, as you know, we only, the U.S. Commission only reports on 29 countries. So the countries we recommend is countries of particular concern or countries to be on the special watch list of the State Department. But we do engage with other countries, and we have engaged with in Bangladesh, for instance, quite a bit about the Rohingyas. I personally delivered a private letter there. We had a Zoom call this spring with quite a few members of the embassy. They've been really welcoming to us to engage with us. A lot of what the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom does is private. So people see all of our public advocacy, but I want to say our most important advocacy has been behind the scenes, interacting with people, doing private letters, asking for specific things. And, we've been very concerned about the internet, for instance, there, because we know with COVID, it's a safety issue for them to not have access to information. when we visited in Burma last year, the Burmese government welcomed us, which we appreciated. Set up government meetings with us. We were allowed to go to the capital, which was really interesting. But we were not able to go to Kachin and some of the other areas that we had hoped to go. And I know part of that was even the US government not wanting us to do that. And I think in Bangladesh it was the same, because then they have to support us, provide security, things like that. So sometimes our own government, it makes it a little bit harder for us to visit. And a lot of it's still logistical. It's just a bad time. Like I know it was around Ramadan when we were there last year. And so they weren't able to host us in Bangladesh. So both separately, myself as well as Commissioner Bhargava, who will be speaking here later, we both didn't even talk to each other. We both had planned separate trips to Bangladesh on our own because the government wouldn't host us. And so, but as a commission and in our private capacities, we're able to do travel, communication, so certainly welcome, those of you on the panel as well as those watching this to have recommendations for things that we could weigh in and help. We're certainly glad to do so. I also wanted to mention another argument people have made to me is their fear that too much pressure on Burma would push them further towards China, which I've been surprised to hear from time to time that I think isn't a worthwhile argument. I think they already are very close to China. Their treatment of the Rohingya isn't going to get worse because we sanction them and they move closer to China. I mean, I went to the border from Bangladesh and saw where they're building the One Belt, One Road on the border of the Rakhine in Bangladesh. So their relationship already is very close. And we know that China's been a negative influence, of course, on Burma. So, the international community that doesn't really have a good excuse for not pressuring on the government to do better.
Debbie has written on chat line, there were 617 attacks and targeting civilians inside Burma or failing to protect civilians during January to June 2020. This is 272% increase at the same time in 2012. And it correlates to increase in military budget of Burma for 180%. Is it correct that US government continues to provide military aid to Burma? I mean, considering that, they're not fighting any wars, are they? They're not in fight with Bangladesh or China or Thailand, but they have 180% increase in military budget. So us helping militarily to Burma, how is it going to help us justify? Anyone? Well, I guess
I can just say that there are restrictions on giving military support to Burma, and that's constantly something within Congress that we're always trying to help push to make sure that those restrictions remain. There's some more broader funding on humanitarian that may involve some defense related. So you always have to be careful in balancing humanitarian aid with that. But I think it's more other countries who are providing funds and defense funds that we and that just gets back to the need to build a global coalition and for the US to lead in already taking steps like targeted sanctions on individuals. Soon Kin mentioned the fact-finding mission, pushing for expanding those to military-owned enterprises as well. But all that's going to be that much more stronger if the U.S. can get other countries to come along.
As we're coming to close, I'd like to have a couple of questions. The last question, which I'm not asking us now, but I'm asking each one of us to think about hope for these people. But a question before that with Brother Tonkin is related to European scene. I mean, you're the only one in Europe. We're sitting here in the US. Are they moving, is there any country or a list of countries who are moving towards the direction of higher recognition of it being a genocide and taking some steps in this regard?
Unfortunately, we don't see that that far the way they are looking at, and they are much more. Um, our conversation during, with EU's officials and others, what we forgot, they much more focus on actions and instead of language. And unfortunately, I think same time they should do that, and we push for it. And one thing is very on a justice issue, very disappointing that some governments in Europe here, even UK, they are relying on government ICOE, independent commissions of inquiry. When we raise about justice issue, that they rely on Aung San Suu Kyi's commissions. I mean, this we don't call it this independent commissions of inquiry. It's not it's government commission, and that commission is a release a report, a kind of briefing before 2 days before ICJ. I think 21st of January, around before ICJ decision, and they just want to divert the genocide case, and they are taking some steps for military who committed crimes, and military tribunal will set up. And so a lot of misguidance from the government, those are going on here. I think important thing is we cannot rely on government's commission, and we cannot rely on what Burmese government, of course European governments, they engage in, but it's much more need to be done. It's not really helpful. Sometimes we heard about that governments, ICOE and others, those whitewash commission they believe that is also, we need to wait and see. I don't think this is a good point, and that encouraging that still military and government voice are hearing from international side. That is totally that is really making the case weak. So I think much more need to be done in Europe.
Let me ask you, Tonkin, a difficult question. Question came to me by saying that almost everybody, there are different major ethnic groups. Karen fighting with arms, Kachin fighting with arms, Rakhine fighting with arms, and they are still able to survive within their country, either in jungles or protected areas, or have a sort of a ceasefire with the military. Military doesn't enter their areas and they don't enter that area. Of course, it has created a whole lot of internally displaced people, but they are still able to remain in the country. Rohingyas were the only group who surrendered their armed struggle, I think in 50s or 60s. And they're the one who are made football. Do you think those people who are using their UN rights to defend themselves within Burma were more successful and less oppressed than the Rohingya people because Rohingya chose peaceful means for their rights?
Yeah, it's a very important question, and also very critical question, I should say. I think Rohingyas, they give up, they surrendered in 1960s, around that time even. That is the first group of I think in Burma, armed groups surrendered to Burmese military, and that time they recognized as a Rohingya recognition, they give in and they restore back our identity and others. And so I think one thing is, if UN do not protect, there will be, that looks like Rohingya, some Rohingyas become very desperate. That's the way they made it something in 2017, and international community have really important that there are about 1 million Rohingya in camps. So it is important to empower these young generations. Otherwise, there will be many different desperations or things can go different way. So that is very important. I just want to point out about it.
Well, so we're coming to the close of our panel. What is it which we can share with Rohingyas, which is about hope and future in which there is justice, future where there is hope for their children, that they grow up to become advocate for their cause and struggle for freedom peacefully, which they have chosen for a long period of time, despite all the genocide and all the pressure on people. Share with us something which we could do, and share with us something which you could do. And maybe a short prayer for Rohingyas as well.
Well, I'd be glad to start. I just want to say I've had the opportunity to stay in touch with some of the Rohingyas that I'd met either in Washington or when I was there on the ground. And I just want to let them know that, we're going to continue to fight for them, that there's a lot of people that care deeply about their plight. And I also think it's to me, it's like a two-pronged approach. It's like fighting for a future, but also fighting for you now to lighten your load, whether it be the internet or to make sure the food is available, making sure that we're advocating so your children can have an education. So I think it's wanting to look for the future, but it's also wanting to be able to let you know that we care about those things that you're going through right now, and that we're going to continue to advocate for you, and do our best to be a voice for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can jump in so that I can give Tunkin the last word. I would just echo that the message that there are a lot of people around the world who care about the Rohingya and who have done a lot of work and will continue to do work. I know I can say for myself and for Refugees International, this will continue to be a priority issue for us. And one place where I take hope is just in seeing the development of civil society within the camps in Bangladesh, and more Rohingya being empowered. There's a lot more that needs to be done. My last report and visit focused very much on the need to better empower Rohingya refugees. But I think that you're already seeing organically among the Rohingya population, there is more and more where they are organizing their own civil society and using their own voices. And so I get encouragement by that. And I and Refugees International and others will continue to support that. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Daniel Sullivan and Tunkin.
Yeah, as a Rohingya, as I mentioned earlier, as a genocide survivor myself, I always remember as advocating for many years. And I spent 4 weeks, about a month, when my brothers and sisters are fleeing, crossing the border. And it is, as an activist, I feel such a shame. Until today, we are still calling for just what we face, determination, genocide determination. We face that many decades. I mean, international community really have to think why the victims been suffering many years, even still governments have very hard to determine, to decide what they have to call for. It is myself advocating for many years. I feel ashamed, honestly. This is one thing, but there is some thing improving on justice. It is long way to go. We really have to move forward. But one thing I want to let international community know that we are a people. We have our land. We have our culture. We are manageable minority in a country. in Burma, our grandfathers fathers contributed from the country. We just being a Rohingya, being a different religion, different culture, different ethnic group, because of our skincare, we are facing today genocide in our country. So it's not only for Rohingya. Next time, there could be Kachin, Karen, that if not declared at, that will be much more worse situation as a whole country. One thing I want to message here is to the international community: whenever you talk about Rohingya, please, Rohingya should be included. Rohingya can speak themselves, and Rohingya voices should be on the table. We have seen that MOU signed with UNHCR and UNDP and Burmese government. There is no such word of citizenship, and no Rohingya were on the table. So Burmese government is trying to destroy it out many decades, but we never give up. We will continue our fight. We will try to do our best, more filing of universal jurisdiction case and others. But we need your solidarity. We need your support. This is more than ever. We need your support is to empower our young generation. This is what I want to appeal. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Tunkin, and thank you, Daniel Sullivan, and thank you, Commissioner Nadine Menza. It is at the note of hope I like to conclude. 5 years ago, nobody knew what Rohingya is. Today, in all capitals of the world, people know who Rohingyas are. Rohingyas are fighting for their life. Rohingyas are indigenous people of Burma living in their ancestral land that did not come from anywhere, and they want to go back. It is our duty to help them achieve justice, peace, as we expect for ourselves. I pray for them, and I think each one of you and Burma Task Force will continue to stand with each and every one, organizations or individuals, who are willing to support this cause. So go on burmataskforce.org or stopgenocide.org and sign up for support. Peace. Salam.
For any of those watching on Facebook, I wanted to announce the next panel will be focused on refugees and displaced people. My name is Adam Carroll, and I'm with Justice for All UN office. And this is the next panel. Rohingya have allies, and we won't and can't give up the struggle for justice. Human rights defenders are truly essential workers. So please stay tuned an hour from now for the next panel and 2 more panels after that in our conference. So thank you all, and see you at the next panel.
Thank you very much.
So we should not be live on YouTube. Hopefully we'll drop off
One thing to note when I'm introducing these panelists is very rarely do we have on such an important topic that's regarding genocide, regarding such atrocities, but getting all three of these panelists having a woman's perspective, not only with their expertise, but having a woman's perspective is what I am looking forward to hearing from today. So introducing the first panelist is Ranit Mishori. She's a professor of family medicine at Georgetown University School of Medicine and a director of the department's global health initiatives. She's a practicing family physician whose scope of practice includes inpatient and outpatient care to all ages. She's a former journalist, and she has built a multidimensional career that includes academia, scholarship, clinical care, mentorship, and leadership roles in public health, global health, and medical education, the cure of undeserved populations, and human rights. Dr. Mishori provides technical guidance on PHR's curriculum development trainings in our mobile app, Medicapt. She's a champion of migrant health for the past 2 decades through intensive engagement in various activities, including clinical care of refugees and asylum seekers in the primary care setting, documentation of human rights violations affecting forced migrants domestically and abroad, education and scholarship on these issues. She has been the forefront of international and national discussions on the health consequences of forced migration and associated human rights issues. Her specific areas of interest and expertise include FGMC and forensic evaluations of asylum seekers, torture survivors, and survivors of sexual violence. Dr. Mishori graduated from the Georgetown University Providence Hospital Family Medicine Residency. She received her medical degree from Georgetown University School of Medicine and a master's degree in international health, disease control and prevention track from the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. Dr. Mishori has been a member of the PHR's Asylum Network since 2006 and has served as an expert consultant to PHR's program on sexual violence in conflict zones since 2011 and has served as a faculty advisor to Georgetown University's Asylum program since its inception in 2014. I can't be more proud and honored to be introducing you. Please share some of your thoughts on this particular issue regarding the genocide and war crimes in Burma. And I believe you have about 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Asima. What I'm going to do is share my screen for 1 second. Hang on a moment. All right. So what I want to bring to the conversation today, and can you just thumbs up if you can see my slides? Okay, perfect. I want to bring the aspect of a human rights investigator into this conversation and talk a little bit about what we at Physicians for Human Rights have done in terms of documenting what's been going on in Myanmar and also to Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh. So I'll just give you a little bit of a taste of what it's like to do these kinds of investigations that we later hope to be able to use the findings as in justice mechanisms. So Physicians for Human Rights has documented violations against human rights against Rohingya and other minorities in Myanmar for many, many years, for more than 15 years. And these are just some of the reports that you can find on our website regarding some of the findings that relate to violence and persecution and unlawful land confiscations and other such atrocities. I'm going to start and focus a little bit more on what happened in 2017. We sent multiple teams to the area throughout the year, and one of the first studies that we've done in 2017 was looking at various hamlets in Myanmar in Rakhine State, and what we did is our investigators interviewed leaders of multiple hamlets to document what's been going on there. So they did surveys and they also spoke to them and did in-depth interviews. And what we found was that very, very consistent and reporting of violence against the local populations. We have found, hang on 1 second. We have found evidence through the surveys and the interviews about destruction of all kinds of Rohingya hamlets, homes, mosques, fields that were burned, Again, this is not new, but this is one way of documenting such atrocities is through these surveys and interviews. We have documented from these leaders instances of violence that was committed against the population that included sexual violence, gang rapes, people being shot, people being beaten or injured, landmine injuries, and all of these were put together and perpetrated according to our interviews by state actors. Again, you can see the different perpetrators according to the people that we've interviewed. This, of course, led to the situation in 2017 where we started getting reports of additional massacres, burning of villages, false expulsions, and of course mass sexual violence, and which is what also contributed to the burning of villages. And these are some satellite documents and photos that also assisted with the evidence of what's been going on in Rakhine State. Of course, this all led to the influx of more than 700,000 Rohingya from the state across the border into Bangladesh, in which the former UN High Commissioner on Human Rights called a textbook example of ethnic cleansing. Multiple PHR teams went to Bangladesh to try to document what's been going on with and through conversations and documentation of the local refugees who came across the border. And I happened to be one of the members of the various teams, and I'm going to share some photos that we have taken during that visit, starting in October 2017 in Cox's Bazar in Bangladesh. We have talked to people who have suffered all kinds of injuries and documented their injuries, such as this man who you can see on his left shoulder a gunshot wound, a scar, and that helps document his story of what happened to him. This is an X-ray of shrapnel in a pelvis of a survivor, again, helping corroborate the stories of that we heard from the refugees who fled Myanmar. This is one of our team members measuring a scar, again, to help document what's been going on. And we also listened to stories. We asked them to recount what had happened to them. And part of what we heard in the stories are patterns of what the perpetrators allegedly had done that caused this mass influx into Cox's Bazar. We heard stories that talked about the organization execution of the attacks, again, patterns of this for multiple people, about the purposeful destruction of homes and villages and livelihoods, again, not just from one person, but multiple people kind of documenting these patterns. We heard about denied and inadequate healthcare in Myanmar of the survivors. And of course, we also documented additional exam findings and physical findings of the actual physical injuries. We heard stories and saw evidence of injuries from projectiles, such as gunshot wounds. And this is an X-ray of somebody who was shot in the back of the leg. Again, this is pretty horrific, but helps build the case for what had happened there. Additional evidence of blunt force trauma, such as beatings, penetrating trauma from knives, machetes, and other sharp objects, burns, for all these stories about villages being burned and what happened to people who had to flee, sometimes on foot. And of course, some of these evidence of sexual violence, but that we can't necessarily take pictures of, but we can document through testimonials from women and other survivors of sexual violence. So, you know, this is a very, very, very quick summary of what happened, but why is this important when we do this, when we do these kinds of documentations? It's in order for us to bring all of this evidence together and show and provide evidence of the allegations of something being systematic and widespread. So we can show stories from 40 or 60 or 100 people and say, listen, this is not just something that happened just, you know, one day to one person, but show specific patterns to help build a case for, you know, evidence of crimes against humanity, or evidence of genocide or other forms of systematic abuse. And if you want to read more details of those specific visits and that specific investigation, this is a study that we published in a journal called Conflict and Health. Right now, Physicians for Human Rights is engaging in another study of healthcare workers who worked in Cox's Bazar in 2017 after the influx of the Rohingya refugees. And we're documenting the experiences of what happened to the survivors through what the physicians saw, physicians, nurses, midwives, and other health professionals. We're collecting this information not only to get, again, additional corroboration of what happened, but also to look at how and what happened once they arrived in Cox's Bazar, and think about how the system, whether the system was ready or not, to get them and to serve them and to provide all of the needs. So what comes next? So there are a lot of things we can do with this kind of information and other forms of data to build a case. But certainly, we need to act. We need to build public awareness. And some of these slides that I'm sharing, some of these reports are specifically and uniquely prepared to raise awareness, to make sure that there's greater knowledge of all the range of crimes that were committed, including the use of sexual violence, to enhance the understanding internationally and the consensus of the gravity of what had happened in Myanmar prior to the hundreds of thousands of people going into Cox's Bazar. All of this also is helping us create advocacy activities, whether on the interstate situation inside the United States with multilateral organizations, and of course events such as this, where we bring together actors and advocacy organizations. Of course, accountability is incredibly important. We're calling for a formal acknowledgement by the Myanmar government of crimes committed by the military. We want to bring awareness and raise the issue of accountability through international or domestic sanctions and prosecution of those who were complicit in the crimes that we help document. We want to suggest that there's an increase of codification of international human rights law. And of course, we want to make sure that ultimately this accountability leads to a situation where these types of crimes are not repeated. And lastly, we can't do this without focusing on the survivors. So there are multiple ways towards justice for the survivors, through creation of criminal justice processes for them, through reparations, through formal and informal processes to support the Rohingya and other ethnic minorities to promote the justice that they deserve and that they seek, and also domestic measures within the country to ensure that there's equal rights to the Rohingya and all other minorities, and also to make sure that the people who are suffering and who've suffered will have the services, whether it's mental health services or long-term disability services, to address their needs based on what had happened to them. So this is just a very, very brief overview of what we're doing, and I'm going to be happy to answer any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I can't say enough of how much some of those slides made a difference in understanding. I mean, I've listened to so many numbers and statistics of the atrocities, but some of those pictures of that, especially that X-ray with that leg broken in half, thank you for really, formalizing and maybe helping us internalize exactly what's going on there and the atrocities that are being done and the way you're documenting it. For our next speaker, we have another great panelist. Ms. Sharifa Shakira is the founder of director of the Rohingya Women Development Network, which is the first Rohingya women's group in Malaysia and was founded in December 2016. It is self-funded and aims to empower women by harnessing their abilities and providing them with opportunities to be leaders. This is done by organizing classes for women consisting of general education, education on sexual reproductive health, as well as Quran reading, amongst others. In 2019, she was nominated as Malaysia's candidate for the U.S. Department State's International Women of Courage Award. The award is presented by the U.S. Department of State to acknowledge women around the world who have shown courage and leadership in advocating for peace, justice, human rights, gender equality, and women's empowerment. Thank you so much for joining us. And again, please share us with your perspectives, and you have about 7 minutes.
Sure. First of all, thank you and assalamu alaikum, everyone. The previous speaker have given us the brief understanding of what's happening, and I would like to touch on issues, what happened when they left the country, Myanmar. So because of the discriminatory policies from Myanmar, it had caused thousands of, hundreds of thousands of Rohingya to flee from the country to seek refuge, safe haven in the neighbors countries, including Bangladesh, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia. So while they was trying to flee from the country, these people are subjected to trafficking and exploitation. So even me by myself, being as a young age, traveling from the country to save, to save a safer place in other country is tough, especially for the young girls, young females who have been raped, tortured, killed by the traffickers while they are entering to another country. They have to put their lives in a danger. They have to go through the jungles. They have to go to the jungles, and it's tough. In my work experience, I have seen many young girls as young as 11 years old who got pregnant with the trafficked child. She doesn't know who's the father of the child, and these young girls forced to marry whoever willing to marry them because they have no money to pay the traffickers. There are many young women who told me that their friends who come with them was killed in the journey, was tortured. So there's a lot of abuses that happen especially to the young females, in a hope that there will be a safer place out there. Unfortunately, coming to the neighbor countries, there is always a way of refugees are not recognized in the regime. Their status is not being recognized. So it make their lives become more difficult. Of course, it's safer. You could sleep in peace, but you have no worry that someone will knock your door and then rape you and kill you. But there is totally different struggles and challenges that Rohingya refugees face in the country. Yes, there is a humanitarian understanding from the publics in the country, and help them with the food assistance or medical assistance sometimes. But these refugees are not legally recognized, so therefore they are not able to work. They are not able to access to healthcare, education, and it makes their lives very difficult. And because of that as well, these refugees again being exploited by the authorities, by the employers. There are many young men that I know, especially in Malaysia, because I grew up there and I live half my life over there. Is that they work so hard in a contraction site, and they work for months, and in the end they don't get paid by the by the employers. They get cheated. There are many young men that I also saw a scene that they fell down from the buildings, they lost their life. Some of them become handicapped, they lost their legs, hands. That's it, then, and these men end up to feed, to survive, they have to end up in the street for begging, and there is no one to it's difficult, right? And these people have to also depend on daily wages. They are doing dirty, dangerous jobs that locals are not willing to do. But yes, there are help from the publics. There is a humanitarian understanding, even though these people are not formally recognized. There is a chance for them to live. But I believe that it is important for the nations, for the countries to recognize them, their humanitarian ground as a legal, legal way of giving them at least refugee status, and able to work, allow them to work, allow their kids to study, and able help them access to the healthcare. So I think we have to. I think the government, the countries have to see these refugees as a, not as a burden, but as a contributor to the society, to the country, and because refugee can contribute a lot. Like you have mentioned just now, I represent Malaysia. I mean, I never thought it will happen in an international platform representing Malaysia, being a refugee. Even I'm not recognized as a refugee over there. It shows that we can contribute to the countries that we live, and yeah. And some also because it's not recognized, and there's always a lot of misunderstanding about refugees in the country. Like in there's always there's a hate campaigns against Rohingya. There is a xenophobia attack, treatment discriminations already exist there. So it's tough. And in Bangladesh, the internet's been banned. This Rohingya doesn't already have no access, to their friends, to their family, to the outside world. What's happening to them? These people are waiting to return home. They are waiting for the international community. They are waiting for the international justice. But yet there is no hope. They don't know what's happening. It's frustrating, and it's how there is a lot of trauma, a lot of mental health that going on, within the Rohingya community because of all these struggles. But these people do not understand the mental health issue, because it is it is very new in our community, about this. So I think as a there is a lot of things have to be done, honestly, in the region for the Rohingya community. And I think the region, the country also need to understand, the people in the country also need to understand that by recognizing Rohingya, as a refugee, or giving them access to healthcare, or allow them to live with their own livelihoods, allow them to be part of their country, we will not make any of them a citizen of the country. And we Rohingya, wherever we are in Bangladesh or in Malaysia or in India, we want to go back, we want to return home, and we urge the countries, to pressure the Myanmar government in any ways, in any form. And there is already hope with the ICG court, and I urge these countries also, come in hands to support our cause, and so that we can return home. And yeah, and there should be a durable solution for the short term while we can return home as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What a great perspective. I think we have a great line of panelists. Our first panelist, Dr. Mashari, gave us an overview of all the atrocities, and Ms. Sharifa Shakira just gave us a great overview of the actual victims and what's happening on the ground. And our third panelist, I believe, is going to give us a great another perspective of when it comes to civil rights and law. So our third panelist is Anuraima Bhargava. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. Is a civil rights lawyer with extensive experience in various roles advocating for members of underrepresented communities. Before founding Anthem of the Us, where she currently serves as president, she was the chief of the Educational Opportunities Section of Civil Rights Division at the U.S. Department of Justice, where she led the division's efforts to provide equal educational opportunities for all students. She served on numerous task forces and working groups, including at the White House. And before joining the Justice Department, she served as Director of Education Practice at the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. And she also worked at the New York City Department of Education and clerked in the Southern District of New York. In addition to all of this, she served as a fellow at the Open Society Foundations at Harvard University. And before that, she worked in India assisting women elected to local government. She earned a law degree at Columbia Law School and graduated magna cum laude from Harvard College, and was born and raised in South Side of Chicago. She was appointed to the commission on December 11, 2018 by Democratic leader Nancy Pelosi for a term ending on May 19th, 2020. Thank you so much. Could you share your perspective? You have another 7 minutes.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank the previous panelists because I think in many ways they've laid out so well what led to and what the current conditions are in the camps, both in Cox's Bazar, but also those who are internally displaced within Burma and continue to be facing a number, extraordinary brutality and restrictions in those camps as well. I'm coming to this work as the vice chair of the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom, and my colleague Nadine Maenza was on the opening panel this morning. And at the commission, we monitor incidences of where there is persecution of religious groups and where religious freedom is threatened, and hold countries accountable by making recommendations to the United States government, to its Congress, the administration, and to the president about places where there have been continuing atrocities with regards to religious groups. And so Burma has been what we call a country of particular concern, where there has been systematic, ongoing, and egregious violations of religious freedom for 20 years, and we have made a number of trips to the region to try and engage on, in particular, the religious freedom issues. And our mandate is really to look at religious freedom and not the wide range of issues that are coming up and that have been documented in this conversation already. But certainly, we heard from women, children, families, and communities about so much of the violence that has been endured. And I agree with you, Asima, that the Dr. Mashori, the way in which you laid out what has occurred and some of the evidence of that in terms of how widespread and systematic it has been was really helpful. I was able to travel to both Burma to meet with government officials and with community leaders, with Rohingya leaders, back in June of last year, and I also went and visited the camps in Cox's Bazar. And so I speak somewhat from in a very limited way. So I speak somewhat from that experience, and certainly from our efforts to try and raise the level of education, awareness, and concern, and then of course action with regards to what's happening. So I wanted to highlight a few things which I think are important for this conversation. That I'm going to talk just in part because it's my charge on this call to talk about what's happened with religious freedom, but want to talk a little bit more broadly about what we definitely saw. And so, as Dr. Mashori already talked about, during 3 years ago, when and frankly for years before that, we've seen Burma take pretty extraordinary actions towards Muslims across Burma, and that means that there was everything from government authorities and mobs shuttering and destroying mosques, preventing Rohingya from worshiping or attending school, interfering with funeral rites, desecrating and burning Qurans, targeting imams for detention, torture, and killings. And so that is the context in which we saw many people being open to, being targets of the kind of religious violence and brutality from the last many years, and we see that continuing in Burma for those Muslims who are still within communities across the country, and certainly for the Rohingya that are in the internally displaced camps in Rakhine State and elsewhere. And I'd like to say that I think in some ways Burma has been a place that has shown the ways in which online disinformation and hate can really be disseminated. We saw the role of Buddhist monks, of government authorities in really disseminating hate against Muslims, against religious communities. And that's something that we have been continue to be concerned about. And we'll be holding a hearing in this October to really talk about the ways in which hate has been disseminated and through Facebook, in particular in Burma and Bangladesh, where Facebook is so much of what people look to as the internet, and even where we've seen internet restrictions, that hate continues to grow and fuels the difficulties that so many communities have had in the ability to even contemplate return or a safe place in which they can actually be in community. And so with regards to the camps themselves, obviously I went last year right at the end of Eid, and obviously Eid just ended not so long ago now, and I think in some ways we have not heard that many complaints about the ability to worship within the camps, particularly in Cox's Bazar. There have been mosques and materials and trained imams, and the community has not faced the kind of violence that they face within the confines of Burma previously. I do want to note and have some pictures I may share that there is a small group of Hindus that are also in a separate Hindu camp in Cox's Bazar. There's 445 or around 110 families, and they have been there for the duration as well. And so we do see some different religious communities within Cox's Bazar, and I think it's been difficult for the Hindu community to be able to worship and to engage in. They have a small shack where they've been trying to worship for all of this time. And so, but in general, we haven't seen, obviously this Eid and during COVID, the ability to gather, the ability to obtain meat as part of Eid has been very, very difficult. And so we see those kinds of concerns continuing, but we haven't seen obviously the levels of persecution that we saw from when those communities, Muslim communities, were living in Burma, and certainly not the kind of persecution that we see in the internally displaced camps. And so the camps where people are internally displaced. And so this might be, I mean, in this bizarre, strange way, that the camps may be one of the places in which there is a space to preserve the religious worship, the culture, and the heritage of the Rohingya, given that there are 3 million Rohingya around the world and the largest population in Cox's Bazar. So that's one part of it. I think as the other my fellow panelists talked about, and as Sharifa really documented in so many ways, how a religious practice continues to be difficult for women and for girls, and to think about what happens when you don't have a place that you can leave to. So if you're experiencing persecution and are facing challenges that may come out of religious practice for women and girls, that there's no real way to get away from that. And we're seeing the impact of that in all kinds of ways. I met with a lot of young girls and women who really felt trapped about their options in terms of marriage, in terms of the ways in which they could, whether they were able to get an education, whether they were able to feel like they had freedoms to move or to be part of community, and even within the camps. And I think those are things that are only exacerbated by what's happening in throughout the camps now, and obviously with COVID. And so all of that is the basis and the foundation of what we've been focused on, as has been already talked about. The way in which Burma has, and frankly India and other places in the region, are looking to citizenship laws as a way to strip communities, religious communities, of their ability to get an education, to be employed, to move, to get basic services, human services, social services, health services. The long time effort to try and suggest that they don't have the documentation, or that they're somehow that the Rohingya are somehow stateless, is something that we have been really focused on and held hearings back in March about the use of citizenship laws as a way to target communities and to, frankly, perpetrate genocide and crimes against humanity. And so that's another area that we continue to see as such a it continues to be so important, because the question of what is home, and when I think of what is home and what are the ancestral lands that someone can go back to, is something that has obviously been continued to be such a huge issue. I do want to also note that we've raised a number of concerns about what's happening with Rohingya communities that have tried to go, for example, to Malaysia and to other ports, and have not been able to, have been frankly stuck on the water, and have not been able to find a place to land. And when they have, in many countries, particularly during COVID, have been targets of even more intense hate and targeting and violence. And so we have raised those kinds of concerns about those communities, that there have been many who have died in those journeys to try and get to safety, to try to get to a place that they can land and even have the opportunity to try and build something for themselves. And so I just want to end with what stays with me from, there are many things that stay with me from the time I spent last summer in the camps. And I think the one part that for some reason captures it for me is a conversation I was having with a family who, it was mango season last June, and all over Bangladesh and India and Burma, there were mangoes everywhere. And I think in some ways, thinking about the ration on food being basically lentils, rice, and oil, not much else for so long. But the thing that this family said to me was that where they in their land, in their homeland, in their ancestral lands in Rakhine State, they didn't want anything. They just wanted to go back. They didn't want anything else than the ability to work land, and just to be on their land. And they talked to me about the mango trees and the jackfruit trees, and they said, here we don't have any trees and we don't have any shade to protect us. And it was, at the time where, when you think about what it means to survive on the side of a mountain without trees, without any kind of protection from all of what is coming towards them, I just keep thinking about that as a way in which I think about all of the ways in which they are living without protections and without the kind of ability to work and build the land and to build the soil and enrich it beneath their feet. So I'll just end with that. But I'm happy to talk about any pieces of it. And I just wanted to thank my fellow panelists for the extraordinary way in which you laid out so much of what's happening right now. So thank you.
No, thank you so much for saying that. I never even thought about the mango trees and missing such simple things as like the normal fruits that you're used to on a regular basis seasonally. There are some questions coming in, and there are some questions I have myself, but some of these questions are some questions I would have asked myself. So I'll start with Dr. Mishari. If you can answer this one. One of these questions was, I'd like to know how Rohingya refugee children have been coping with the mental and physical impacts of the trauma of the 2017 crackdown in Myanmar's northern Rakhine State, and from being stuck in displacement camps in Bangladesh for the past 3 years with little prospect of getting out. Have they been receiving adequate physical and mental health treatment, especially amid efforts in the camps to contain the spread of COVID-19 virus?
Thank you for this really important question. And I don't think you need to be an expert on medicine or mental health, or even on refugee health, to imagine what it's like to experience the trauma that you experienced and that led you to flee, and then arrive in a situation where hundreds and thousands of people live on the hills in muddy conditions in small tents. And so there's always, when we talk about forced migrants, especially this group, there's always a huge issue of mental health that permeates throughout the ages and is something that doesn't stop. Trauma begins maybe in their homeland, but the trauma continues. And we heard some stories about human trafficking, and it's just generally, it's very, very hard. But I think the main issue that I wanted to say is oftentimes in these situations, and we've seen that in Cox's Bazar in the various camps, and we're documenting it now through our study, is that mental health is often provided in silos. There's hardly ever any kind of coordination of care from, you either go to a mental health care clinic or you go to a physical clinic, and there's not a lot of coordination. People are working in silos, the health professionals. There's also a huge stigma, regardless of where in the world you are, about mental health. And more importantly, what is mental health or mental or lack of it for different cultures is incredibly different. Mental health is a culturally mediated condition. And so if something that I would see and I say, oh, this is 100% PTSD, is not necessarily how people would experience this in their family members, on their own, or even local health professionals in Bangladesh. So this is all to say that, yes, mental health is an enormous issue that has been, and mental health conditions are enormously burdensome in the Rohingya population in Cox's Bazar. Yes, there are services. No, they're not always coordinated. And don't forget that UNICEF is there and multiple multilateral organizations, but the coordination has been an issue. And lastly, COVID came and everything is on hold right now. And in and of itself, because of COVID, the camps have been closed, the movement has been stopped or suspended or limited in multiple ways. Oftentimes mental health professionals and other clinicians are not able to go into the camps, and you're not allowed to leave. So even for those who were receiving some services, everything right now is on hold, not to mention the stress of COVID in and of itself and being confined, which I think all of us around the world have experienced, regardless of where we are, but particularly in the context of a refugee camp. So this is a long answer to say we recognize it, people are working towards it, but they're certainly not an ideal situation.
Can I just add, they certainly copy everything that Dr. Mashori just said. I do also just want to talk a little bit about education. Obviously, there are not teachers going into the camps right now. Even during, when I was there last year, I heard from a lot of children that their education was around 2 hours a day, that there was a lot of debate about, even with the Bangladeshi government, about what could be taught in those 2 hours. And frankly, a lot of times those 2 hours were not were about character education. We're not really on the kind of skills we want young children to be learning. And so there were extraordinary lengths being taken by a number of the women that I met with to try and actually find some alternate ways to educate their children and to get tutors and to find a way in which to bring education to children who are already traumatized. And I did want to just to give you a sense of, if I can do it easily, I just want to give you one picture of the area where all the children play in part of a camp, just to give a sense of what that looks like. This is from last year. Let me see if I can actually share my screen in any way easily, and if I can't, I don't know if I can. Let's see. So that, if you can see it, is a picture of the main area in which children play, and that's what it is, right? And so there's nothing else there. And I think to think about children trying to grow up and play, and that's where they spend most of their time for 3 years already, is just something for all of us to think about how you could address some of the mental health trauma, educational, social, emotional needs of children. I'm a civil rights lawyer for kids, and so I think a lot about these issues. And this is, this was. I also went to a lot of the school buildings that there were a number of them, but they were not equipped with much more than this. So thank you for that.
No, thank you for that image. I have to be honest, as a mother living in the United States and with my children living in the United States, I think we don't understand the quality of the lifestyle that these camps have. It's very hard for us to imagine those kind of images unless we actually see them. And that's the only way we're going to understand it. Thank you for sharing that with us. So I do have a question for Sharifa. I was wondering if you could share with us some of your perspective on, I know in Malaysia, the host, as a host community for these refugees, it was positive in the beginning, but there has been a anti-Rohingya backlash that's been happening. I wonder if you could speak to us a little bit about that.
Sure. Coming from Malaysia, spending 21 years there, I didn't expect what is happening towards Rohingya for the moment. It's already a lot for everyone because of the COVID. On top of that, the hate campaign, the xenophobia treatment towards Rohingya, is there, and that's actually really puts people lives in like terrible situation. Is putting their life in really in a they are feeling very insecure due to that. These people get their jobs, they get evicted from their jobs, evicted from their house, and they are not able to, I mean, there are people call me and say that, oh sister, I supposed to return home, go back to work after they allowed them to go back, after the MCO. And then and he was so happy, he called me, and then after an hour, he got received another call from the same employee, and then say that, oh, are you Rohingya? And then he said yes, and then he asked, do you have your UNHCR card? And he said yes, and he's like, okay, then don't come to the work anymore. So it's crazy. People are afraid to hire Rohingya. I mean, they are not even recognized, but these people who live in daily wages, depend on this already, like no job for them. Their landlord, been already chasing them out from the house. There are many families that I know, especially in Kelang Valley, they already get evicted from the house. They're already in the street. It's hard to imagine, their lives over there. And I also heard story of, abuses that happen to the people, to the Rohingya community. There is an old man. I heard that there is a video got viral in the WhatsApp groups where he was just collecting scrap metals, and there is some group of Malay young boys came and push him to the fire while he was doing some cleaning over there, and just like that, so it's horrible that what's happening. And there is also a misconception about Rohingya in the country, thinking that Rohingya are demanding for citizenships, demanding for equal rights in the country and stuff like that, which is not true. And I believe that whatever happening is, I think, is a big agenda behind it. Is a political agenda. Whatever it is, whoever get benefit out of it, but the effect of this xenophobia attacks, I think, will remain. There in the Rohingya community, there are women, who call me and text me and saying that, I'm feeling the same what I used to face in Myanmar. I'm not feeling, I don't feel any more safe, to be here. I'm afraid. And because of this xenophobia attack as well, Rohingya there are refugees, including mostly Rohingya, have been arrested and put in detention camp, with COVID and stuff like that. So it is horrible. It is very heartbreaking, and I mean, it's hard. It's just even me being so apart. I'm not more in Malaysia. But the effect is too much, in a person. I have to take a break for 2 months. I just, be quiet from as much as possible from my social media, because
it just affect me so much. And imagine people in the ground who have to face this thing in daily basis. You know, they have nowhere to go. There is no protection for them. There is nobody who will stand up for them, and it's hard. But yes, I'm not also forget of mentioning that they are very nice people, you know, in Malaysia, very kind, humble Malays that coming in front, even though they get attacked by their same fellow citizen for standing up for the Rohingya refugees, and we are grateful for those people. We are grateful, you know, for all the helps that we receive, and yeah, it just I think it's sad. The situation should calm down, and the government should interfere in this, you know, solving these situations, because in the end, I think we need to know that we are the you know, survivors of genocide. It is not easy for us to. It is not possible for us to return home for now, and we want to be allowed to be give us a space, a shelter, while we able to return home, or there's other alternative ways, you know, for resettlement or any other you know, solutions while we are in the country, allow us to, you know, contribute, like I mentioned earlier. And it's similar with the refugees in Bangladesh. So we don't want to be seen as burden. We don't want to be seen as a threat, or we don't want to see we see negatives. You know, allow us to contribute, and I think that is the and I think it's also a responsibility of um, the all humans, human beings, in fellow citizens. We are not asking much, but yeah. So the xenophobia attacks towards Rohingya, especially in Malaysia, it is very worrying, and it is there. It is the situation in the ground is very bad, and nobody can even you know, talk about it. And everyone get attacks, you know, on that, on social media. We getting attacked. We getting a lot of hate. Uh, you know, comments and messages, and you know, dirty things and stuff. So yeah, just hoping for the best, and I hope the government really take action on this and try to do something with this.
No, thank you so much. I think you made a great point. Refugees don't want to be seen as a burden. They want to participate in society and contribute. Sometimes we forget that, I think, as governments and people in the areas that are affected. I do have a couple of questions for Commissioner Anuraima from our own Imam Malik Mujahid. There's two questions. He said, did you meet the Rohingya imams during your trip, and what do they say about the religious freedom? That's the first question. And the second question is that he had seen when he visited the Hindu camps that they were being provided with vegetarian diet, and he took photos of their worship hut. And he felt that the Bangladeshi government, if was properly taking care of the Hindu refugees. And what was your impression for that? If you can take a couple of minutes to answer those two questions, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure. So with regards to the religious, to meeting with the imams, we did not meet with the imams in Cox's Bazar. I think there were a number, and perhaps Commissioner Menza, I don't think she talked about it this morning. I tried to be on in terms of whether she was able to meet with any of the imams in the camps themselves. We went separately to Cox's Bazar, so I am not. I don't believe that we had a chance to do that last June. Our a delegation from the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom went the year before, and what I understood from their visit is that their understanding from the imams was generally positive in terms of having, again, space to worship, materials, and that there were imams there to support the community in worship. I don't know if that has changed. Obviously, much changes all the time, and so I don't mean to suggest that continues now, but I have not heard something different from those that we have talked to. Obviously, as mentioned before, COVID and the continued years of being in the camps is going to have a toll on in many ways in terms of religious worship. which is whether or not you have the ability to gather, whether or not you have the resources to try and make sure that you're holding times of celebration and times of worship in a way that is in accordance with the way in which you would want to celebrate those times. And so those are things that I think continue to be of concern. With regards to the Hindu camp, I agree with you that I don't think there's significant concerns about how Hindus have been treated compared to the Rohingya Muslims that are in the larger camps. I would say that the Hindu camp is quite small. And for that reason, I have a picture that I could share that's just basically the entirety of it in one picture. And so in some ways, the concerns are not just that the worship space is something that is a hut or shack that is not a space, the kind of space that they would want to be able to worship in, but also that some of the services and frankly the space that comes with being in a larger camp is something that the Hindus have not had. Have 400 people in a smaller space, and so things like health services, being able to access some of those, the education services. There are schools obviously in the Hindu camp, but they're different than they're going to be different in terms of time and space and kind than in the larger camps. And so I think those are the kinds of things that have been coming up. In general, I think people have had a vegetarian diet throughout the Rohingya camps because it's difficult. There are, obviously ways in which you can procure meat, but that has been very hard for anyone to do. So people have been restricted so significantly in what they're able to eat and access in terms of rations. So that has not been as much, it hasn't been a difference in that way. But I do think just the smaller space of the Hindu camp. And I wanted to mention it because I think it's important for people to recognize that there are different religious faiths and communities, even if they're small, they're certainly present within those that are in Cox's Bazar and who had to flee Burma.
Thank you. I believe that basically from what I'm understanding, is that this issue is multicultural and multi-religious. It's not only based on just Muslims or just a particular ethnicity or religion. I do have a question for Dr. Mishari, and
I do want to go ahead. Sorry, one quick thing on that. I do want to be very clear, though. I mean, it is our belief and understanding, and what we have seen documented, that what we see in terms of the targeting of the Rohingya is a religious issue. We are seeing this from Buddhist leaders and even Buddhist religious leaders in Burma in terms of how the community has been targeted. So I don't mean to suggest that the targeting is something that has. I think in part what happened is that a number of Hindus, for example, got swept up with everybody else, right? And so I just want to be clear on that I do think in many ways, what we're seeing in the region is the targeting of Muslims in a number of different ways.
Thank you for clarifying that, because I believe that that's a very critical thing to clarify, especially when there are Hindus, like you said, that are being swept up. But at the same time, we need to acknowledge that the majority that is feeling this, and for what reason and for what purpose. So thank you for that. Exactly. Dr. Mishari, something I wanted to ask about after reading your bio and your expertise, and since we have a woman panelist, we've known that a lot of women have suffered from this genocide, and your expertise is in sexual assault, torture. What, in terms of your experience, does this particular Burma issue fall under? Is this one of the worst you've seen? Where does it lie? What is the kind of process that women can heal from this? What are the avenues that they can heal from this? From your expertise, what do you have to share with us? I know we hear a lot of statistics, but at the same time, I just want to place it. Where should we be placing this? How concerned should we be about this? Is it one of those light concerns that only a few percentages have experienced? Is it a majority? How much of healing do these people need? How much support do these people need? What are we looking at in terms of the spectrum of where this lies?
Thank you. Well, of course, sexual violence is and has been a weapon of war for centuries. So this is not new. This every time there's a place with conflict, we anticipate that that's what would happen. You asked me how to, are we able to measure it? It's very difficult to measure it for a variety of reasons. First of all, there's a lot of stigma associated with sexual violence and rape that's related to sexual trauma or sexual violence. And so it's not a situation where you're conducting a survey and going to women and saying, hey, were you raped? Or hey, can you tell us what's happened? It requires a great level of training to be able to elicit this kind of these kinds of narratives. And a lot of women don't want to talk about it because it's incredibly traumatic. So every time we talk about sexual violence and rape in the context of conflict, we need to know that what we're getting is an undercounting. I also want to emphasize that sexual violence is not only directed at women, it's also directed at men and boys. And so this is, if you're thinking about stigma related to women, that's triple or quadruple that. And this is the situation with eliciting these kinds of narratives about sexual violence for men. One thing that I do know, and I've been working on these issues around the world and in all continents, well, maybe not in Antarctica, but is that the humans are incredibly resilient. Women rebuild their lives, girls often rebuild their lives, and that's what I personally take from my encounters with people who have who are survivors of sexual violence. Is it is possible to rebuild both spiritually and emotionally and psychologically and physically. And I can't say that the situation for the Rohingyas is worse than the situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo or in Syria or in Bosnia. For the individual, it doesn't matter that it happened 20 years ago in Bosnia, or it doesn't happen that it's happening right now in the Congo. It doesn't matter. It's about them and their community and the impact on the community at large. So in that regard, I would urge people not to try to compare. It's horrible when it happens to an individual, and it's horrible when it happens to a community, and it's horrible when it happens to the population. No question this is happening. It's no question. We're trying to again, livelihood and being alive sometimes takes precedent, and it should take precedent, but we shouldn't forget the documentation of sexual violence. And then we can't wait 6 months, 3 years, 10 years to document it, although it's never too late, especially if we want to put the survivor at the center and talk about reparations, talk about support, mental health support, physical health support, economic support. Sexual violence doesn't just affect the individuals, it affects the whole community, it affects the family because of stigma, because of sometimes repercussions for the survivors themselves or for the victims themselves of being a rape victim, to children who are born through rape, certainly huge repercussions in the community. So it's a very, unfortunately, it's a very complicated situation, regardless of where you are in the world. But we have certainly seen that done in a systematic way among the Rohingya, and this is what we're documenting, not just us, but multiple human rights organizations. So I think the fact that it's happened to multiple hundreds, if not thousands of women, and in a systematic way, in a way where we can create and report and document patterns, to me, that's a sign that is some sort of a strategy of the conflict, and that needs to be prosecuted and needs to be addressed in some sort of criminal proceedings through the ICC or the ICJ, and talk about tribunals that address this issue as one of the main features of what's been happening in Burma and Myanmar and leading to people fleeing all over the region, and specifically to Bangladesh.
No, thank you. Yes, I agree. After these kind of trauma, I believe there's a lot more healing and more consequences than we can think of. So there's a question that I'd like to ask each one of you, since with your expertise, you might have a different perspective on this particular question. What kind of advocacy work should be concerned with communities here to focus on regarding refugee and IDP aid. So if we can just go down the list, because each one of you with your expertise may have a different answer to this particular question. So Commissioner, if you could start and share with us, what kind of advocacy work can we do here?
I think there's a number of places for advocacy work. Some of it's going to feel, some of the things I'm going to say are going to feel more technical, but I think they have, they may have ramifications that are really important. For example, the push to make sure that across the board, the way in which the U.S. and other governments talk about and consider what's happening in Rohingya is as genocide and not as ethnic cleansing, which as the panel discussed this morning, we'll have, there's a question about what the ramifications of that are. It certainly raises the focus and some of the resources that may be available to communities and an understanding of what it is that has been endured, including as Dr. Mashori just talked about in terms of sexual violence as part of a significant tool of genocide. So I think that's one piece of this, and that has been a many year long conversation and battle. And so I'm not, I should probably not have said it first because I don't know if it's the place I would. It's hard for me to say if that's the place to put a priority. One of the things that's really concerning is that there's been a lot of aid that has gone to the Rohingya community over the years, and how to sustain that when we don't seem to have a light or a sense of where it is and where and when this will end in terms of those who are in the camps. And I think it's in a safe place for the hundreds of thousands of those who are in Cox's Bazar and elsewhere to be able to go. And so without that, and without the ability to do the basic things of people want to work, they want to contribute, they want to be able to as Dr. Mashori said, to exercise their resilience and to build their lives differently. And without that, that place and that hope for where it is that that can happen, I think trying to figure out how it is that these communities can survive and sustain. And I was looking at I don't know this area as well as some of the others on this in this discussion, but certainly looking at everything from nutrition to the ways in which healthcare needs and education needs are playing out is something that I think is an acute issue, and trying to advocate obviously for the world to recognize where we are in terms of refugee populations globally, which is at its highest levels, and then obviously with COVID, all of the challenges that come with that. And so to not have the Rohingya be something that was people think of as a community that was persecuted, but that is in the past. That's certainly so many ways in which it's the current, and it is the current for all of those who all the families and community and the community that is in Cox's Bazar. And so I think that's another place. Third is as the commission, as we have done and we will continue to do, is to put pressure on Burma to make sure that those officials who have engaged in the kind of religious persecution and hate, that those officials are sanctioned. We had some of those sanctions last year. That we continue to raise the ways in which that there are consequences. And we hope will continue to be consequences to governments who are targeting communities in this way. And so I think those are some of the places, and obviously to continue to advocate for aid. I unfortunately don't have much faith in the United States as the place in where I reside to take on more refugees at this point, and I hope that changes. And that's something that we had pushed for on the Commission as well. And so the United States is a place that refugees have been able to come to has been significantly limited in the last couple of years, and was not good to begin with. So I think it's a continued place for us to advocate for. And then lastly, I'd say for those who I think sometimes there's not an understanding that there are over 100,000, if not way more, people who are internally displaced within Burma, and face a whole range of challenges, including even being able to access when people are sick, when they are hurt, when they are in pain, to be able to access services and to get out, to get to those services. We've seen, a number of really difficult examples in that context. And so I think that's another place where we would want to continue to highlight the fact that what is going on with Rohingya, not only in Cox's Bazar, but frankly, around the world and in Burma as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Sharifa, if you could share, what could we do as communities here to help the refugees in this situation?
Yes, I think we can do a lot. Like I said, it takes a wills, and there is always a way. There is actually there are many misconceptions about Rohingya. There is a lot of misunderstandings about Rohingya still, and I think we can do as simple as that. Advocate for that. The real situations of the Rohingya, and when we talk about all this situation, example, the rapes that happen towards the Rohingya females. People don't see it in a clear picture. They seem that, oh, this is maybe a small thing, but it does affect everyone. And when we talk about the situations about the Rohingya or even the rape, it's not similar like other community, in the world that facing kind of similar situations. Rohingya situations totally, I think is different, and the sorry. It is very difficult to go through when you are facing. Like example, myself, I was born without any human rights, and people give me names by names, Kala to, refugee to this and that. So they always, give me names as a troublemaker and stuff like that. I think it is pain, to carry those words, to see this kind of, the hopelessness in children's eyes, where they don't have education, the very basic, rights for a child, which is education. They don't access that. I think it is very painful. So there is a lot of way, we as even forget about the countries, forget about the big NGOs. I think we ourselves can, come to the ground, with a unique way of approaching ourselves, our neighbors, about what is Rohingya, what they are facing, and there are many people still don't understand the suffering and the struggles of Rohingya, and we ourselves contributing our time, to educate this Rohingya themselves, empower our people. They are a lot of youth in Bangladesh camp that I've seen that's so eager, for the education. They want to be recognized. They want to have the equal access, at least, for the education. And I think it is possible to do. Like in my organization in Malaysia, currently empowering women to educate them. There is a lack of job opportunities, so we are giving them opportunity to work from the home, and make them financially independent, which solve a lot of problem in the family and the society as well. So this kind of unique way of empowering each other, I think, and can be implemented. And I think we Rohingya, especially from Bangladesh camp and around the world in Myanmar, I think we are kind of tired of hearings that, oh, there's a discussion going on, there's a advocacy going on. I mean, it is important, but we have been suffering for so long, and the world get to know it since 2012. And I think the action have to be, there should be at least some action. It is very frustrating and heartbreaking to see that there's no action. It breaks my heart, to imagine the situation of Rohingya in the camp, every day waiting to hear good news, whether they can return home. but yet they have to depend on rations, and on top of that, things that happen like xenophobia attacks, internet bans, and there are many more. So I think the action have to be implemented. Being as a Rohingya, uh, we just want to see action, even though it's small action.
No, thank you so much. I agree with you. Thank you for sharing some of your personal experience when you were sharing some of to enlighten us with some of the issues that we need to pay attention to. Dr. Mashari, could you share with us what is the best way for us to advocate here?
I think that I echo what my co-panelists have said in the last 10 minutes or so, but I think one of the main issues is to not let the story of the Rohingyas, whether they're in Myanmar still or in Bangladesh or in Malaysia or elsewhere, disappear from the headlines. And it is critical that we keep on trying in many directions. So for us at Physicians for Human Rights, that means continuing to collect data and continuing to kind of probe and run investigations about what's going on. For others, it may mean holding events like that to kind of get the public to understand what's going on. It means working with governments to enact all kinds of policies and perhaps embargoes and other economic or other limitations against the government. It means bugging the government of Myanmar and not letting go, continuing to say, there's something that you have to do. You have to allow people to come in and inspect. You have to allow people in the country. You have to allow human rights investigators and UN officials into the country. And of course, working with multilateral organizations within the International Criminal Court, with the within international, with the ICFJ, I'm mixing my the letters here, but I think ultimately, and especially now with a global crisis happening with COVID, it's very easy, and every country is kind of clamping down and all the borders are closed, and it is incredibly difficult to conduct such investigations and get people interested. It's almost impossible to get people to visit Bangladesh right now if you're not from, even from within Bangladesh to visit Cox's Bazar, let alone Burma and all of these areas. So these are times that are particularly sensitive and where we anticipate that more human rights violations are going to occur. So I think we need to quadruple our efforts right now because of what's happening globally with COVID to make sure that things are not happening that we're never going to hear about because we can't travel. We need to think about creative ways of communicating with people on their ground to identify what's happening, for them to document what's happening. Tell us, again, especially in the context of COVID, are they not getting healthcare? Are they being discriminated against? Are they not getting the services that other members of the same country are getting in terms of COVID prevention, and is anything intensifying because supposedly nobody can see, nobody can hear, and nobody can get there because of the global crisis. So I think we're in a particularly vulnerable situation, and we need to continue, trying in all different directions, which is why it's great to bring a coalition of people. With Physicians for Human Rights, we're going to continue to do what we can in terms of documenting, but other people maybe have more of a leverage with governments, from Canada to the Gambia, who have been leaders on this at the moment, to continue and pressure the government of Myanmar and international human rights and international criminal bodies who may be able to help with accountability.
No, thank you. This is why I think I was so excited about this panelist, because all three of you come from each of those perspectives that you just spoke about. We need to act in terms of civil rights through law. We need to understand and educate, like Sharifa was talking about the issues, and then also take concern about our next generation and the generation that's here, that's going through all this trauma about their physical and mental safety and health. So I believe that, exactly what you had said, accountability on all these fronts. We only have about a few minutes left, so I wanted to give a couple minutes and ask Sharifa a question, because we have just talked about something so serious: genocide, trauma, sexual assault, women's needs. I'd like to end with a little bit of some hope. And I know, Sharifa, your organization and what you have been involved in, they organize classes for consisting women of general education and some building some leaders. Is there a story you could share with us, just even 2 minutes, of a woman, a successful story, so that we all can leave here thinking, okay, there is some progress, there is some healing, there is some positivity coming out of all this, unhappiness. And honestly, when you mentioned 9 years old and that you had heard from a 9-year-old girl, I have to be honest with you, as a mother, as a parent, which I'm sure some of our viewers and listeners all have a similar situation, my stomach has not been feeling well since you said that. So I'd like to actually hear something positive. If you can share with us just a simple 1 minute to 2 minutes of a great story.
Yep, thank you. Actually, when I think about this, I'm very, very happy. When I started in this ground, it was a lot of challenges, a lot of struggles, and it seemed kind of impossible to empower a woman, to build women leaderships in our community. But now I'm just so happy when thinking about is that from our organization, there are many, women from different backgrounds, who've been trafficked, who never been to school, who've been born as a refugee, who is single mothers. All these women come together, becoming a beautiful, they are. Like example, there are many stories, but I would like to share about one of this lady. She just, her name is Laila. She is a single mother. She never been to school, and she have gone through so much in her life with her marriage, with her, being a refugee, being a female in Myanmar, being trafficked, all these things. She never imagined when I talked to her that, you can be something, you can be a leader, you can be the voice. And today, just about 1-2 weeks ago, a few days ago, she came out in a Rohingya, news channel speaking about the problem in the society, being a voices of other women. I think that's very powerful. It's just give me a goosebump and happiness, thinking about all these women, who coming forward, do amazing work. When I leaving Malaysia, and I have a lot of guilt, what will happen, a lot of worried. But these women are actually, mashallah, they are doing amazing job. They have been carrying the work, so effectively. They become a strong in a group. They become a strong in a voice. They are leading each other. They are leading the organization. They're leading their families. They're becoming a best role model for their daughters, for their children, of course, for the community and for the society. So it is amazing. And they also bring together their husband, their family, in this work. So it is amazing. And like, that's why I say there is we have to give our fundings also, in empowering people in the ground, because I believe, we have to teach everyone how to catch a fish rather than making them depend on a fish forever, so that we can choose our own fish and we eat whichever way we want to eat. So yeah.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to give the other two panelists a couple of minutes to share some thoughts with us that you would want to share with our audience. If we have not asked any questions, if there was something you would like to leave us with, some golden tidbits, Dr. Mishari, if you could start.
Thank you. I mean, I want to, again, echo what Sharifa was saying, and I think the future is female. There's just, women and girls are amazing. We need to empower them. We need to give them the tools to succeed, and they will lead us out of really horrible situations. And I think, everybody here on this panel has proven in one way or another that the power of women, the power of women's voices, the powers of women's anger, and where that can lead us. And so I want to see people like Sharifa and others be empowered and be supported, so they, and of course, it's women from the countries and the communities who are most affected who should be given all of these tools, and our support from the United States and other states, countries in the global north. So I thank you for everything that you're doing and for your community, and I want to basically be there to help, and I think that's our role from the global north.
Thank you. And our last panelist to give us her impressions of wrapping up today, Commissioner, can you share with us some tidbits that you would like to leave our audience with?
I'm going to sound the same note, which is that invest, fund, support women and girls. That is true for the Rohingya. It's true, I think, in so many of the places we're seeing the results of violence and conflict and brutality. And I think there are obviously legal and other processes going on with regards to the Rohingya around the world in the ICJ and the International Criminal Court, and also in other countries that have looked at what's happening in Burma and with the Rohingya. And I think really just having this be something that, as everyone has said, is continues to be front of mind, even given all that's going on in the world, that if we can empower women and girls in these communities, if we can empower the Rohingya worldwide, I think it will be so important in terms of how it is that we create and build what we are looking for, which is communities where people of different religions, different backgrounds, different experiences, different wisdoms can come together and create and build and grow what's on the soil. And so I think that's where I leave it, which is where my fellow discussants have so powerfully led us to. So thank you.
No, thank you all of you for joining. I have to be honest, I'm going to wrap up as a moderator, but I have heard so much, statistics and information around this issue. But, with the information that you all have shared with the different perspectives, it gave me a very well-rounded view of this issue. And I would like to thank all of you. I hope all of you work together, since I think each one of you has represented the different areas that all need to be addressed to actually have a working solution for this particular problem. If there's anything else, I'd like to also thank Justice for All for putting this together and getting the expert panelists that we had the pleasure of meeting today. And I'd like to thank all of the audience who spent a Sunday afternoon with us educating themselves on a very important topic. And if there's any other questions, please contact Justice for All. Look it up on www.justiceforall.org on the website. Look up and see how you can help and advocate, and take all the advice that you've taken from our panelists today. Contact your local officials, learn about this particular issue, educate yourself, and as Dr. Mashari said, help in terms of giving these refugees a chance to get some mental and physical health help. So I thank you all, and have a great Sunday afternoon, and to all our audience too.
And thank you, everyone. This is Adam Carroll from Justice for All. Thank you so much, Asma, and to all the panelists for a very comprehensive and multidimensional discussion of refugees and displaced people, and also women's needs and women's leadership. I think it's worth also seeing this panel again, and it will be available. It could be a seminar and be shared widely. I think very useful. So going forward, half an hour from now, we have the third panel, which I'll be moderating, about partnership building and solidarity, and we'll be placing the card up there. So please, same link, same place. We'll see you in half an hour. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Salatu wassalam. And other distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am indeed grateful to be among you here today among this beautiful gathering of beautiful Muslim sisters and brothers. It is a truly, truly humbling experience for me as I stand here, and I can't thank you enough for this honor. I wish to recognize before I say a little more. It's been a long day for all of us, and I would like to keep this short. But before I do that, I would like to recognize the tremendous effort of Imam Abdul Malik Mujahid of Burma Task Force for ensuring that I appear here today in person, and he has committed great effort to see this happen. And I have no regrets, Imam, for coming here today. Thank you very much. I would also like to recognize the presence in our midst of my family members, some of whom have come all the way from the Gambia. Others are here in the United States, in New York, in Atlanta, in Pennsylvania, and here in Washington, to join me to celebrate this honor. And I would like them to just stand up so that you can all see them. Thank you all very much for coming. Thank you. And indeed, I would like to thank all of you for making the time to be here with me and to honor me in such humbling way. I know the attention is on me, but those on whom this attention should truly be are the victims of the Rohingya genocide. They are the real heroes who we should always be thinking about, because this is about them. This is about their plight. This is about their suffering and their pain. We are sitting here. We have an opportunity to say these words and to have a very sumptuous meal. But even as we do that, some of these refugees are dying, or the Rohingya are dying in Myanmar. And so our hearts and our thoughts must always be with them, because this is about them. In his last sermon, in the plains of Mount Arafat, our dear Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said this: "O people, lend me an attentive ear, for I know not whether after this year I shall ever be amongst you again. Therefore, listen to what I am saying very carefully, and take these words to those who could not be present here today. O people, just as you regard this month, this day, this city as sacred, so regard the life and property of every Muslim as a sacred trust. Return the goods entrusted to you to their rightful owners. Hurt no one, so that no one may hurt you. Remember that you will indeed meet your Lord, and that he will indeed reckon your deeds. O people, listen to me in earnest. Worship Allah. Say your 5 daily prayers. Fast during the month of Ramadan, and give your wealth in zakat. Perform Hajj if you can afford to. All mankind is from Adam and Eve, and Arab has no superiority over a non-Arab. No, a non. No, a non-Arab has any superiority over an Arab. Also, a white has no superiority over a black. Nor a black has any superiority over a white. Except by piety and good action. Learn that every Muslim is a brother to every Muslim, and that the Muslims constitute one brotherhood. Nothing shall be legitimate to a Muslim which belongs to a fellow Muslim, unless it was given freely and willingly. Do not therefore do injustice to yourselves. Remember, one day you will meet Allah and answer your deeds. So beware, do not stray from the path of righteousness after I am gone. O people, no prophet or apostle will come after me, and no new faith will be born. Reason well, therefore, O people, and understand my words which I convey to you. I leave behind me two things, the Quran and my Sunnah. And if you follow these, you will never go astray. All those who listen to me shall pass on my words to others, and those to others again. And may the last ones understand my words better than those who listen to me directly. Be my witness, O Allah, that I have conveyed your message to your people. These were the last words of the last sermon of our dear prophet. But what does it mean to constitute one brotherhood? How can we help our Muslim brothers and sisters who suffer persecution? Indeed, Allah has said in the Quran, in Surah Al-Anfal, and fight persecution and fight them until there is no more persecution. That is what Allah has said to us. Fight them until persecution is no more. But how should we fight persecution in today's world as an ummah? Is it through violence? Or is it through other means that Allah has bestowed on His ummah? The resources that Allah has availed us, such as our intellect. We have at our disposal as Muslims perhaps the most potent weapons to fight persecution. And that is the message of peace and justice that Islam represents in this world. Not the message of terrorists and murderers by those who label us in that way because of their Islamophobic agendas. We must resist that. We have the resources to fight our own causes because no one is going to fight our cause. When I was in university studying international law, no one taught me when we were discussing the genesis of international humanitarian law that what we have today as the modern laws of war had some roots in Islam. No one taught me that. I discovered it myself. No one taught me that our dear prophet and his commanders had issued orders governing the laws of armed conflict. They had issued orders directing the treatment of combatants and non-combatants, that they had upheld the principles of military necessity and proportionality 1,000 years before the codification of the Geneva Conventions, but no one taught me that in school. It is our responsibility as Muslims to look at our surroundings, to look at today's world, and to rethink about our fight against persecution. When I looked around that room in May 2018, when we came back from the refugee camps in Cox's Bazar in Bangladesh, I looked at the countries that were seated around the table. MashaAllah, the OIC member countries. And I thought about the populations in those countries. And I just imagined the resources, the expertise, the experience available in these countries, in these populations, all belonging to the Ummah. And I said, surely there must be something that we can do with these resources that Allah has endowed on us to make a difference in the lives of those less fortunate Muslims. When I visited the refugee camps in Bangladesh, and I had the opportunity to interact with some of the refugees there, as I sat there and listened to their stories, the women narrating how they were the subject of sexual violence, how they were ravaged in the presence of their husbands and children as they looked on helplessly, how their babies were snatched from their arms and thrown in fires, how they rounded up their young and physically fit men and summarily executed them. It dawned on me that this is far more serious than what the news channels around the world would show us on our television screens. They don't devote more than 2 or 3 minutes to these terrible atrocities that are ongoing in Myanmar. And so I came up with the resolution, the proposal to set up this OIC committee, which has led to the Gambia leading this case before the International Court of Justice. Some people elsewhere and here tonight have called me brave or courageous. Well, I have learned since my childhood days in primary school that President Roosevelt of this great country once said, courage is not the absence of fear. We are all human beings. We all have our fears, don't we? That courage is not the absence of fear, but the realization that there is something more important than fear. And so that day, when I went to the refugee camps and came back home, I overcame my fear of intimidation, my fear of big and powerful countries attempting to silence the voices of those refugees, because what they were going through, their pain as Muslims, was far more important to me than the fear that I had. Those refugees are the courageous ones. Those who spoke to me and my colleagues who visited them, because without their voices, we perhaps would never have found out their pain or the extent of their pain and their sorrow. And the reason why I was particularly determined to get their voices heard was because in my own country, in the Gambia, we are also emerging from over 2 decades of dictatorship. where mothers dreaded that midnight knock on their doors which took away their husbands and sons forever, where women, where rape and sexual violence was used as a weapon to subjugate them, where school children, unarmed school children, who were protesting peacefully were gunned down in broad daylight with impunity. For 2 decades, we in the Gambia had lived through this terror. And I believe strongly that had the world spoken out against what was going on in the Gambia, had the world had condemned it in strong terms, we perhaps wouldn't have gone through the 2 decades of terror that we went through. While the scale of the two scenarios are different, certainly what is going on in Burma is far more serious. But that is why it is of such importance to make sure that their voices, the victims of this genocide in Myanmar, is heard and heard in the loudest of forums. And that is why we went to the top of the judicial mountain of the world, at the world's highest court, the International Court of Justice, and sharp.
I guess you can hear me okay. Welcome. Let's see, I see you, Nadira. I see Simon has been with us for the whole conference. Our technical producer is here. And I see your image, Fred. Thank you for your help with giving warnings and taking notes.
Of course.
We are waiting for a couple more speakers, all of whom have been in touch with us.
I'm here.
Oh, good. Hi, Myra.
Hi.
So you're here somewhere. I don't see you though.
I know. Hold on. Let me get this.
There you are on the top of your head, though.
Yeah. Hello.
Okay, much better. Okay,
yeah.
Great. And then so
I like
Dr.
hiding
Wakar,
myself.
Dr. Wakar and then Simon's here. So Nadira, you're going first. When we go live in 12 minutes or so, I'll do a quick intro. I guess our technical producer is trying to move this part out. We have some technical challenges.
contributed to the narrowing of civic space by excluding local community organizations from decision making and focusing on big ticket items like the peace process and accountability without getting into the details of what makes a difference for actual people. Today, we have 4 panelists who not only have really great experience and expertise on many aspects of the ongoing human rights crisis in Burma, but can also speak to the partnership building that is so essential to support in any effort we make. So the first panelist we have is Nadira Court, Program Manager at the Global Center for the Responsibility to Protect in New York. She focuses on multilateral advocacy and the United Nations response to mass atrocities, including by the UN Security Council, General Assembly, Human Rights Council, and the Office of the Secretary General. She has been integral to the coordination of NGOs working on Burma in New York. Nadira holds a master's in global governance and diplomacy from the University of Oxford and a BA in international studies from Earlham College. Previously, she worked at the Quaker United Nations office. Welcome, Nadira.
Thank you so much, Adam, for the introduction, and many thanks to Justice for All and to Burma Task Force for organizing this webinar, especially during the month of March, as we know, which marks the 3rd anniversary this year of the Rohingya genocide. I'll be speaking about various parts of the UN and how their responses to the Rohingya genocide and to other atrocities in Myanmar can be strengthened. I will also, as suggested, comment on how to build alliances better and what actually can we advocate for, what states can do and what NGOs can push for. So I'm going to start with a big overview of action to date by the UN. As we know, the UN is not one entity. Usually people talk about the UN as if it was just one organism, but it's actually a multitude of bodies. The UN Security Council often gets the most attention and arguably has the most powers, but we also know that there are serious limitations to the work of the Council, lack of support of certain members, including China, who often threatens to block any actions on the Council. I'll get back to the Council later and touch upon other bodies first. So the Human Rights Council has actually been instrumental when it comes to the UN response to Myanmar. As you know, the fact-finding mission was created by a mandate by the Human Rights Council. It was created to establish facts around the human rights violations by the military and security forces. And the mission released very important reports in this regard. Of course, it was a full account of violations by the military in Rakhine, Kachin, and Shan states. They covered the financial empire of the Myanmar military, the sexual and gender-based violence, and crucially, the fact-finding mission found that the security forces committed acts of genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. And importantly, that those crimes were ongoing at the time when the report was published last year. The Human Rights Council also continues to support such important mandates as the Special Rapporteur mandates on the human rights situation in Myanmar. Yang Yili was a very important voice on Myanmar for many years. Now we have Thomas Andrews, who's the new Special Rapporteur, and he already has made some important statements on Myanmar, including in regard to the upcoming election. The Human Rights Council also established the IAM, which is the investigative mechanism for Myanmar. We'll refer to it as IIMM. So those mechanisms are not only crucial in establishing facts, but also supporting accountability mechanism. You talked about in your previous panels about the ICJ case, and both FFM and IAM have been crucial in that regard, especially the FFM. The case has heavily relied on the FFM findings and actually enabled the Gambia, because of those conclusions, to take that case to the International Court of Justice. The other body I want to talk about is the General Assembly. So unlike the Security Council with the veto power, the GA includes all states, and also has very important powers. So far, they have requested the Secretary General to appoint a special envoy. They also provided funding for that position. The General Assembly also fully funded the IIMM mechanism. So that also was quite an important action, because as we know from other mechanisms, including a similar mechanism for Syria, where the funding was voluntary from voluntary contributions, that really negatively impacted the ability of the mechanism to operate effectively. And as we know so far, the mechanism is operating right now, and they're able to share their files and their findings as requested by international courts, which will be crucial for ICC case that is ongoing, for ICJ case, and any other accountability initiatives in the future. So that brings us also to the role of the Secretary General when it comes to Myanmar and the Rohingya genocide, whose role should not be underestimated when we talk about different avenues for action at the UN. So the SG appointed a special envoy, as was mentioned. The SG also has the powers under Article 99 of the UN Charter, and those are to bring to the attention of the Security Council any matter which may threaten maintenance of international peace and security. And of course, Myanmar falls under that category. In fact, the Secretary General, exactly 3 years ago, almost now, it was in September 2017, shortly after the clearance operations began in August of 2017, he sent a letter to the Security Council urging them to pay more attention to this situation. It was actually the first time the Secretary General has done something like that since the 80s. So there's a variety of responses at the UN's disposal to respond to mass atrocities. The Secretary General also commissioned the independent inquiry into Myanmar and how the UN was involved in the response to the situation there. So that became known as the Rosenthal Report. That report was released last year and found many systemic and structural shortcomings. So with all this multitude of action, unfortunately, where we see the situation is ongoing atrocities in Myanmar. The Rohingya still lack citizenship. There's no freedom of movement in their own country. They lack access to basic services. They don't have ability to vote, which is crucial ahead of the elections in November. So what can be done? Starting with the Secretary General. It's been 3 years, so I believe that the Secretary General should again use Article 99 once again and bring Myanmar to the attention of the Council, especially since the Council has not been very active on the situation in Myanmar. What else? The concerned members of the Council should request the SG to brief the Council in an open session. There have been a few meetings earlier this year, but none of them have been discussed openly. They were not public, and that does impact the level of the pressure that is being put on Myanmar. So members of the Council could request the Secretary General to brief the Council in an open session. It will be an opportunity to examine the situation there 3 years since the genocide began. We know that the Council meetings have a serious impact on the government, even though Security Council has not done a lot when it comes to resolutions or any other products that would impose sanctions or referral to the ICC. We do know that even by having a meeting, they have an impact. Every time the meeting is announced, there is reportedly a frenzied activity within Myanmar to kind of respond to those meetings. They often create commissions or announce directives before council meetings. And while those commissions are often meaningless, it does show us that the council attention to the matter really makes a difference. And council members should take advantage of that power and meet regularly in an open format on Myanmar to discuss it, even though a resolution might be not always possible for them to do. So in order for those meetings to take place, this is when we need to talk about coalitions and what can be done, right? So NGOs need to have constant advocacy ongoing with the pen holder, which is the United Kingdom, the pen holder on this issue on the council, but also with all elected members of the council, especially those from the Asia region and members of the OIC. The coalition of states also has to lobby these governments to do more. Currently these members are Vietnam and Indonesia that are Asian members. They're also members of the ASEAN. Niger and Tunisia are members of the OIC. So these states need to be encouraged to do more on Myanmar during their time on the council. When it comes to General Assembly, they're about to start negotiating their annual resolution on Myanmar soon, which was usually negotiated and released in the fall and winter. So this is also an opportunity for all member states to endorse, again, the independent mechanism of Myanmar to ensure it will be funded to continue its operations. This resolution should also express explicit support for the ICJ case on Myanmar and ensure that Myanmar will comply with the provisional measures. The provisional measures ordered by the ICJ really present an opportunity to all UN bodies to re-engage on this file. So the Security Council has a role in ensuring that the provisional measures are implemented. The General Assembly has a role in ensuring the compliance, and the SG, all of these bodies can really examine that not enough is being done by Myanmar, which we know now is the case, in addressing the root causes of the genocide and really pressure on Myanmar to do so. And the more engagement there is, the better. So keeping that agenda alive is very important, even though sometimes it's difficult to have products. It's still important to keep it on the agenda to ensure that there's accountability if certain benchmarks are not met, that these different bodies have to really point to that. So the Security Council, for example, only issued one presidential statement on this in 2017. It is now time to look at those recommendations and really say that, well, none of the recommendations to Myanmar from 3 years ago were met, which means that we need to do more. And even if there is a threat of a veto, I think it is time to be a little more courageous and push members who are unwilling to have this move forward, if needed, to veto it. At least at that point, it will be clear to the world that these particular governments are propping and supporting a genocidal regime. So I think it's time for all member states to be active on this file and for NGOs to really keep the pressure and engage with these member states to ensure all these different opportunities are taken up and acted upon. So I'm going to stop here, but any questions later on, very much welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadira, and thanks for a very comprehensive overview and also your work in rounding up NGOs to meet with the special envoy on Burma or various other experts at the UN is very much appreciated and part of the consensus building that includes both civil society, but also stakeholders in the ASEAN countries and in the OIC. So speaking of the OIC, the next speaker is Dr. Waqar Uddin. He's a Rohingya American born in Rakhine State in Burma. He is currently a professor at Pennsylvania State University, the Director General of Arakan Rohingya Union, the founding chairman of the Burmese Rohingya Association of North America, and the Supreme Council member of the Muslim World League. Dr. Uddin works to seek a political solution to the problems faced by the Rohingya ethnic minority in Burma. If I could have the first slide, please. Including bringing in, I just lost my screen here, including bringing in the Rohingya genocide court case in the International Court of Justice led by Gambia. He has played a leading role in international advocacy for Rohingya people in the UN General Assembly, Security Council, Human Rights Council, OIC Council of Foreign Ministers, and legislative and government bodies in several countries. If we could have the next slide. Dr. Udin received the OIC International Leadership Award in 2019 for excellence in leadership, working with the Gambia's Justice Minister, Mr. Tambadou, whom we saw just earlier, and OIC in the International Court of Justice in the Rohingya genocide case. So welcome to the panel, Dr. Wakar.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Adam, for your kind words in the intro. Yes, my mission is to find a peaceful solution to the crisis faced by our people in our homeland of Arakan, known as Rakhine State, to live in security and in harmony with other fellow ethnic minorities, like our ancestors, our grand forefathers lived. Because of the plight of Rohingya people, we took the issue to OIC. That has led to further advancing the issue at the United Nations General Assembly, Security Council, Human Rights Council, and others in international stage. After years of work and a long journey, now the issue is at the ICJ, the World Court. Before I start this topic, actually, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate all the Rohingya students in Arakan, Rakhine State, in Maundo and Buthidaung, passing their tough matriculation examination with up to 6 distinctions. There are 6 subjects, all 6 distinctions. They passed, many students. The result came out just yesterday. What does that great academic achievement means for these students? That means they will be qualified to get into top universities in the country with great professional measures. The question is, will they be banned by Myanmar government again for attending colleges and universities like they did to thousands of Rohingya students in the past? That will be another issue that we'll have to deal with. Okay, now on this topic, in this brief presentation of 10 minutes, I will first give an overview of how we arrived to this stage, to this point at ICJ, building the coalition with the OIC member countries, the European countries, North American countries, and others. Then the other 2 parts of my presentation here, one is the current, what is the situation right now, current status, and the future outlook. How does it look, the court case, where we're going to go from here. Will be covered. If it is not enough time, then we can put that in the discussion sessions after this session. First, let me start with the role of OIC. OIC has taken 3-step approach to address the plight of Rohingya. First, number 1, political advocacy at the United Nations and with other world powers, including United States, Canada, Europeans, and even China and Russia, believe it or not, no stone left unturned by OIC looking for the solution, even approaching Chinese and Russians on this. And then that was political advocacy. And then humanitarian approach, where OIC and several member countries providing humanitarian support in refugee camps in Bangladesh and as well as in IDP camps in Rakhine State. And then now third approach is the legal case, which is now at the ICJ. Actually, for quite some time, we have been brainstorming the legal issue in the framework of international jurisprudence at the OIC headquarters in Jeddah, and also in several OIC contact group meetings. Then the process in OIC officially began in 2018 during the OIC Council of Foreign Ministers conference in Dhaka, Bangladesh, and the OIC foreign ministers giving visits to the refugee camps, Rohingya refugee camps in Cox's Bazar, Bangladesh. We, with the OIC, rallied for about 2 years for the legal solution to be added to the repertoire of the OIC actions in support of the Rohingya people. Of course, when it comes to legal aspect, there has to be a serious investigation to which legal approach will be most suitable and most sustainable. We have brainstormed for quite some time about which route to take, where to do that, which international legal body that we should go to. Initially, there were some disagreements about ICC, International Criminal Court, because many countries within the OIC and even in EU, European Union, are not party to the Roma Statute. So it did not seem to be appropriate. And there was ICJ, the World Court, which has symbolic as well as legal importance to this. So OIC worked very hard to get all the 57 member countries to approve it. And this effort was led by Gambia, which was appointed as chair of the ad hoc committee for this and co-chaired by Bangladesh. Alhamdulillah, we have first landmark decision for Rohingya people came from ICJ on January 23rd this year in 2020, where ICJ issued the fantastic verdict on provisional measures with 4 specific orders to Myanmar, Burma, for compliance and measures to be taken on the ground to protect Rohingya people from genocidal acts and crimes. I want to mention one thing, a very important highlight, that is, the ad hoc judge, one ad hoc in the hearing, one ad hoc judge was appointed by Myanmar. That judge also voted for this the decision. That's a unanimous vote. The provisional measure decision was unanimous vote, and Myanmar's ad hoc judge was also part of it, making unanimous vote, basically agreeing that genocidal crimes are taking place in Rakhine State, and that must be stopped, and that must be further prevented. Now, the current status. Yes, there was a change on Gambia side with new minister coming in, and then Minister Tambadou has been actually very fantastic, and inshallah, but now our new minister, Dada Jello, taking this portfolio will continue the same way. Our legal team in Washington has already been established, and the new minister will be working with them. Even before this COVID pandemic, this sort of cases at ICJ normally takes few years. Our case will continue as the court has accepted it and already gave the first verdict. As you know, ICJ normally hears cases of maritime conflict, border dispute between countries. But our case is very different. Rohingya people are not the nationals of Gambia, but Gambia is fighting for an ethnic minority group in Myanmar, which is thousands of miles away from Gambia. This is a result of the international coalition, first at the UN Fact-Finding Commission submitting the report and ICJ accepting it. This is an example of coordinated efforts by OIC, United Nations, and many other countries and governments to keep pressure on Myanmar. Yes, coalition is also getting bigger now. You will remember the country of Maldives has joined the Gambia, and many countries in OIC and Europe and North America are pouring in various forms of support. Another good example is the ICC now, which was inspired by ICJ case, and the ICC is reopening its investigation. This is part of the coalition building. Now, what's next? The court has given a clear path forward. In this current process, one thing we means the Arkan Rohingya Union, the organization formed by OIC on behalf of Rohingya people, are making sure that we provide regular reports to the OIC on the current situation on the ground in Arkan, and whether there are violations on the ground by Myanmar or any positive developments in line with the ICJ's verdict on provisional measures. The Arkan Rohingya Union's regular report to OIC is instrumental in advancing the case with important information as our report goes, not just to OIC and its member states, but also to many other countries. That is a great coalition building effort. Our contact group meeting will continue, OIC, a contact group meeting will continue, and member states will affirm their support for Rohingya cause. To wrap it up, I want to close with this. OIC has passed over 20 resolutions on Rohingya issues, and so did by UNGA with third committee and stuff, right? At least a dozen by UNGA and several by Human Rights Council, US Congress, several of them, and then European Union. So these actions by the international community must be sustained for further coalition building. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Waqar. Yes, speaking of coalition building, the next speaker is from the International Coalition for the Rohingya. We all are very engaged with building coalitions, but Simon Bilinez has worked to promote democracy and human rights in Burma for over 25 years. Starting in the early 1990s, he organized shareholder activism and the use of state and local selective purchasing laws to put pressure on corporations to withdraw from Burma. He co-authored the Massachusetts-Burma Selective Purchasing Law with State Representative Byron Rushing and led the grassroots lobbying campaign to enact it. Later, he helped defend the law from challenge at the World Trade Organization and in the US Supreme Court. He also helped found the US Campaign for Burma and served on the board of directors and as executive director. In 2016, Simon Bilinez founded the International Campaign for the Rohingya, where he serves as board treasurer and executive director. Welcome, Simon.
Thank you, Adam. And yeah, the name of the organization is indeed the International Campaign for the Rohingya. Sorry. Our goal is always to work in coalition with others, and our job is to amplify the voices of the Rohingya in the corridors of power, and we do that by creating campaigns and actions that people can take that get the voices of the Rohingya and the interests of the Rohingya in lobbying of Congress, lobbying of the administration, other governments, but also, we've had a real big focus on ending corporate partnerships with Burmese military-owned companies. And it's part of a larger No Business with Genocide campaign that we have. And the goal of this is to really kind of get at the root of the problem in Myanmar, which is the army. It's the Myanmar army that has been committing the genocide against the Rohingya and other crimes against humanity and other war crimes against other ethnic minorities like the Karen and the Kachin and the Shan. And so what we do with our campaigns is our goal is to get the Burmese military out of politics, out of business, into the barracks under civilian control. Because we think over the long term, that's one of the biggest solutions that we can take to end the violence and the genocide in Myanmar. So, we've got an active list of supporters all around the world. That's now grown to over 13,000, taking hundreds of actions, emailing their elected representatives, contacting companies every week. And what we're doing right now is we've been working again in coalition with a number of organizations, including Justice for All and Burma Task Force, in putting specific pressure on a number of key companies that are in business partnerships with the Myanmar military. because the Myanmar military has a vast business empire, and it's a way in which we, in our role as citizens, can enact our own citizen sanctions on the Burmese military every day by taking action. So to go into a little bit deep, look at it a little bit deeper. We've got a number of specific campaigns aimed at Facebook, aimed at jewelry retailers like Angara and Harry Winston, which is owned by Swatch, to press those jewelry companies not to buy gems that profit the Burmese military, because the Burmese military dominates the trade in both jade and rubies from Burma. And we also have a big campaign focused on the Japanese beverage giant Kirin, which owns craft breweries and distilleries in the United States and the UK and Australia and New Zealand, and has a worldwide business. And we're putting pressure on Kirin to end two business partnerships it has, two breweries in Burma that it's where it's a partner with the Burmese military-owned companies. So this is part of a sort of larger campaign, No Business with Genocide, which is based on the premise that regimes all around the world need foreign investment and need foreign trade, and by putting restrictions on that, by making it clear to companies that they should not do business with governments that engage in genocide or crimes against humanity, we can create pressure through those companies on those governments not to cross certain lines. And we've saw this successfully in the case of Chevron, where we organized not just consumers of Chevron, but also shareholders in Chevron, who filed a shareholder resolution at Chevron, specifically asking the company to adopt this policy of not doing business with governments engaged in genocide or crimes against humanity. Now, Chevron is the largest US investor in Burma, and it's been there for decades. And as a result of this pressure from both this public campaign and also the shareholder resolution, Chevron told the BBC that they were raising human rights issues directly with the Myanmar government. And the reason they gave for that was because they were hearing about this from their own shareholders. And so that was public. And that was a perfect example of how the pressure that we can wield on companies can in turn put pressure directly on the Myanmar government. So I'm putting in the I'm going to put in the message box here so everyone can read it. There's actually a blog that we put together focused on Kirin, which shows people exactly how they can. Oops, I just send that to Nadira only. I meant to send that to everybody. Here we go. All right, there you go. And this gives you an example of ways in which, as an individual, you can put effective pressure on a company, not just by signing the petition to the company demanding that they end this business partnership with Myanmar's military, but also making that call much more public by posting that on the company's social media, on their Instagram, on their Facebook, on their LinkedIn accounts. And we've been successful in getting hundreds of people to do this, and every day these companies are hearing from their own customers and their own shareholders to end these kinds of partnerships. Now, this work's been very successful, not only with the Chevron success that I mentioned, but we also got the big jewelry company Cartier to stop buying any gems mined in Burma. And that was purely through a petition and posts on the company's social media, particularly Facebook. We've also was successful in getting Western Union to drop as one of its agents in Burma a military-owned bank, the Miyawadi Bank. And again, they did that with a consumer petition, consumer pressure, and also a group of shareholders filed a shareholder resolution at Western Union, also asking them to do this. More recently, and I'll also post some links to some of our other petitions and campaigns. In all of this work, what we do is we identify key targets, companies that are susceptible to the combination of consumer pressure, shareholder pressure, and media pressure on their reputation and image. And we look to help people exert their power in all three of those pressure points. Right now, as I mentioned on the No Genocide Gems campaign that we have, we're focused on Angara.com, which is an online jewelry company, and also Harry Winston, which is a extremely luxury and high-end jeweler that's owned by Swatch of Switzerland. And again, we have a petition. We ask people to post on their social media. And we uncovered those two companies through simple research of Googling Burmese gems, Burmese rubies, and finding on both of these companies' websites gems that they proudly said were rubies from Burma. And that was how we were able to uncover that. So that gives you an example of our campaigns. And as well as providing campaigns that people can join in as individuals, we've also worked with a number of NGOs and CSOs to write letters to companies. We've organized shareholders to file shareholder resolutions and write their own shareholder letters to these companies. We also continually put out information to the media so that they cover these campaigns and put additional pressure on those companies. And this is, all about, how we as individuals can take effective action every day to put pressure on the Burmese military, particularly through their business empire, and to use that to effectively put enough pressure on the company to end the genocide, end the crimes against humanity, and start to roll them back and get them back into the barracks under civilian control.
Thank you so much, Simon. And I do apologize for calling it International Coalition instead of International Campaign. You spoke eloquently about campaign work, and we'll have a chance to speak more. The next speaker, I wanted to just preface my introduction of Myra to mention that one of our comments has brought up the importance of the institutionalization, let me say that again, the institutionalization of information sharing among academics, lawyers, humanitarian actors, activists, and NGOs. So how we can build networks. And again, this is exactly what we discussed in a meeting yesterday that Myra was facilitating among Kachin, Karen, Rohingya, Rakhine, and others from the impacted communities of Burma. We've been talking about building relationships and building campaigns among other stakeholders, but key in all of this is, well, the impacted community or communities. Myra Dagipal is a Karen human rights activist from Karen State, Eastern Burma. She was an internally displaced person and a refugee prior to resettling in the US. Since the age of 13, Myra has played a strong role in her community as an organizer and human rights advocate. Previously, Myra worked as a human rights advocate at the United Nations with the Burma Fund, United Nations Office.
Prior to taking on the managing director position, she fulfilled the roles of campaign coordinator and policy advisor at U.S. Campaign for Burma. By seeking justice and accountability, Myra hopes one day to see a unified country at peace once the crimes against humanity and unchecked impunity in Burma are put to an end. Until that day, Myra will continue advocating international and US leaders and policymakers to promote and support the movement for human rights and freedom and genuine democracy in Burma, as well as to provide aid and support for humanitarian needs. Myra represents the US Campaign for Burma. Welcome, Myra.
Oh, thank you, Ed, and thank you everyone for joining the call today, the conference today. So to me, for indeed, ethnic coalition and community participation in this Burma advocacy effort is very crucial. And I do respect ethnic coalition and community participation very much, because we will talk about the suffering of the people in Burma, let alone Rohingya or other ethnic groups. But the problem is that we cannot understand the pain they are going through and they went through. And therefore, having them into the circle of our advocacy effort is very crucial. Their voices are needed. So yesterday, with the help of Burma Task Force, Justice for All, we had a roundtable discussion for about 2 hours, which we had about 28 participants, including the organizers. And earlier, like Adam said, that was include the Rohingya, Rakhine, Kachin, and Karen, and also, of course, from those in Canada as well as the US. It was a very nice conversation. Of course, we had a lot to talk about. We had I mean, you name it, all kinds of problems we have, from different kinds of human rights abuses and mass atrocities, lack of humanitarian assistance. Refugees and IDPs have been forgotten for all these years. We barely talk about them, let alone they're still ongoing fleeing that leads to the increasing of IDPs, not just Eastern Burma, but also western side of Burma. And so we talk about all this stuff, but at the same time, the question also was that, like earlier, the people asked, that the person asked, and also Jeff is asking, Jeff, I saw your question and it is a very good one. So how do we work together? How do we create a stronger coalition and work together? So basically, what we came up was that, yes, all these issues are important, but this was our second meeting. And so perhaps it might be a little too fast for us to say, okay, let's go from here to there. We're not really at that point yet. So basically, instead of jumping to creating an organization or something, our plan was to first create a networking group, and then from there, okay, are we going to network via email or Zoom monthly? So those are the talks that we had yesterday. But also at the same time, from there, we can also figure out, okay, where to prioritize which issues, whether health issues or education issues or human rights abuses issues, land grab that leads to internally displaced as well as refugees, and how the refugees and IDPs can continue getting getting support while the people who run the country don't have any feeling of helping these people. I wonder if they even care whatever that goes on with with the people in their country. So basically, overall, we have to come up with systematic strategies that has regular meeting discussion, and also so that we can sustain this group to work for the long-term solution. And therefore, we need a stronger communication for this networking group. But at the same time, of course, we will need those who will be willing to take on the responsibility at one point. I don't really think Burma Task Force will be babysitting us all the time, and they also have a lot of other stuff to do. So all these stuff are things that we talked about yesterday, and we will be meeting again next month on the 5th of September, I believe. And from there, we probably might progress to a different step. So basically, that is where we are right now. And I found it very positive that everyone was enthusiastic, but at the same time, they're very cautious because this is not a one-time work. And all of them, they don't want the meeting to be just one time. They want something that is sustainable, that can continue, because creating an organization is very easy, but it falls apart in a couple of years, or sometimes it doesn't even last a year. So nobody wants that. And I think that is a very good start, where everyone wants everything to be strong enough. But coming back to advocacy and coalition, I just wanted to point out a few things from to our friends who do the advocacy in the international arena and who are not Burmese. As I always said, and I will say it again, I do apologize if I say something against anyone, but I wanted to say it because I wanted to make it clear. So please practice inclusivity in any engagement when talking about Burma. I know we all are working on different issues, and I really appreciate all the effort that everyone is putting in. But one thing that I realize is that a lot of times we talk about a lot of things, but we forget to tie things together. And that is the Burmese government and the Burma army take it into their benefit. Because, for instance, we talk a lot about Rohingya issues, and I totally understand, I sympathize with them. We have to talk about it. But also remember, other ethnic groups are suffering. So if you can please tie it very quickly at the end of your talk or your statement, that the suffering is not just one group. It is all the ethnic groups, but the perpetrator is the same person. If we can remind our audience, our readers, our government officials, that'll be a plus. That is what I see. And also another thing is, if we do it more and more that way, it will also create positive feedback from other ethnic minorities. Because from my personal experience, talking to many people in my own community, my other friends from other ethnic minorities, some of the times they have that unpleasant feeling like, what about our suffering? Is it not visible enough? Is it not big enough that people can talk about it? And it leads me to the point where I feel as though I'm not doing my work. Because I am out here, I'm meeting more people at different levels, and I have to say what I have to say because I wanted to amplify their voices, and that is why I'm telling you now what I heard from them. And also, when we do it this more, then they will start seeing, oh, they care about us too. Our issues also matter for them. From then, another positive thing that can bring in is, well, our issue is the same. We fought against the same person, although our suffering may be at a different time, at different situation, or the intensity might be different. But we all have to come together and support each other. That is very important, that many of us need to understand from outside of Burma as well as inside Burma, and from the Burmese diasporas as well as the international community who come in and work, international NGOs or NGOs who come in and work on Burma issues. Please don't look at Burma issue as separate from each other, or Rohingya's issue is separate from Kachin or Rakhine. I'm not saying anyone is doing anything wrong, but I'm just reminding everyone that we are all interconnected and our issue is interconnected, and we have to bring it together in order to bring down this the ridiculous Burmese military regime, as well as the racist government that is in the power now. And also to my ethnic minorities, I'm not calling you ethnic minority in the sense that you are minority in the voice, but because we are the lesser number, but not because we have the lesser power. I want you to understand that. The fact is that your suffering is matter. It's just that the more important part is us ourselves that have to bring it out. Also, we have to make ourselves known. We cannot wait for other people to come in and speak on our behalf. And we all should know that doing advocacy is a very tedious job. It's not going to happen overnight. So talking one time is not enough. I'm saying this just because of my own experience with my own people. My people, the Korean people, they don't like to talk too much. So when they advocate 2-3 times, they think, okay, they already know. That is why we don't need to say it too many often because we're going to get the US government angry. No, that's not the case. Say it as many times as you want, whether they hear it or not. Whether they hear it 100 times, it's not enough. So you have to keep banging on the door and keep saying it to them. Number 2, we also have to realize that we are not the only one who suffer. All our brothers and sisters in the country are suffering, and some of them may have to suffer more than us. But let's not say, okay, my suffering is bigger than yours, so I need more attention. It's not something like that. When we build up the coalition, let's try and put ourselves together in a unified position, but let's not look at the quantity or the level of intensity. Instead, think about it this way. If we don't do it, who's going to do it for us? If we don't talk about Rakhine issue, if I don't talk about Rohingya issues, let's pretend that there's nobody out there that will speak to that for them. So it is our responsibility to speak out for each other. And only then the Burmese military, the Burma army and the Burmese government will realize that, holy cow, these ethnic minorities, we cannot separate them. They know each other suffer and they know their common enemy. And that is why now they stand up together, they fight for each other. And probably there might be one point that we probably have to give up and listen to them instead of pulling them apart. So by working together, that will be a better option instead of talking about who suffer more and who suffer less. I said that yesterday in our roundtable meeting too. I didn't say it to hurt anyone's feeling, in case if anybody thought that I said something very strongly to my own fellow Burmese diaspora. I didn't say it in a sense that I wanted to I disrespect anybody, but I just wanted to let everyone know that at this moment, we don't have you or I suffering, but we all are suffering. And we have to speak out for each other. We have to build up this coalition. How do we do it? That is the matter of we started now, and we started yesterday, which was a great thing. I'm really looking forward to future what will progress. And going back to Jeff, I think Jeff comment. I think if we can do this outside positively, inside also, we have a lot of people who support each other, but we still don't have enough. We still have to build up that coalition, and I'm pretty sure there are some group inside also are working hard on the issues, and I'm just hoping that. Oh, I'm really sorry. I went over my time. I just saw it right now. I'm really sorry. But yeah, I'm going to stop here. The most important thing is to work together. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mara. I was wondering, you mentioned, and Simon mentioned, I think everyone has said that there is one common enemy, and that is the Myanmar military. That's the corrupt and brutal military and its policies. And it's used divide and conquer tactics to divide the ethnic groups from each other. And obviously, it's time to come together. It takes communication, it takes trust building. It's tedious, as was said. It takes patience because this is a long-term struggle. And as was mentioned in yesterday's meeting, many of the communities here, whether they're Karen or whether they're Baptist Karen or whether they're Muslim Rohingya or whatever they may be, they're rather separated from each other still. They're still divided. And so there's a lot of work to do on many levels and in building this alliance that we're talking about. I wanted to ask, because there's always history and there's always reasons that people can find to mistrust. But somehow, often, we have to put that aside for the basic bottom line, which is struggling for justice and peace and justice. So I wanted to ask, maybe going back to the UN space, about some of the challenges there. Is it a challenge to establish trust with nation states, member nations of the UN? Is trust not necessarily an issue, but it's hard for us to trust member nations because some of them have terrible human rights records, and yet we have to work with them. We need them. So maybe if Nadira and also Dr. Wakar could address that relationship building.
Thank you, Adam. Maybe I'll make a few comments, and thank you to all the panelists who spoke earlier. I just want to reiterate what Myra said, what also Simon mentioned, and others, that there is one enemy really, and that's the military. But also the civilian government as well. They also continue to discriminate against not only the Rohingya but also many other ethnic minorities, and that includes still the tiered citizenship system that is extremely discriminatory, that affects so many minorities and making some more important than others, and which has to be completely changed. I guess the challenges that sometimes we see with tying it together, which is absolutely essential, and I 100% agree that that's important. In fact, we always emphasize that inability to hold perpetrators accountable really allows them to attack other vulnerable populations. And dividing and ruling and kind of trying to separate the ethnic groups is their strategy. What we're seeing in Rakhine State now is the consequences of previous impunity. So the Arakan army fight right now in Rakhine State. It displaces not only Rakhine civilians who are Buddhists, also Rohingya, also Maraw, also many other ethnic groups who live in Rakhine State and call that state home. So it's very important to address it holistically. Going back to challenges, sometimes it's the jurisdictional question. So when it comes to ICJ, the reason it was the Gambia was able to take it to the ICJ was based on the Genocide Convention. And in this case, it's only the Rohingya issue that falls under the genocide category, right? So because of that, a jurisdictional opportunity that one state was able to take Myanmar to the International Court of Justice for violating the Genocide Convention. The same with ICC, because of the Bangladesh-Myanmar border and the fact that the majority of refugees that fled were Rohingya, it's primarily based on them. But I think we should, whenever possible, take advantage of these opportunities while working together and really realizing that addressing this issue may seem for one minority, it's actually addressing it for the whole country. And if we can hold perpetrators accountable, it will have a positive impact on so many ethnic groups within Myanmar. In the meantime, we have to continue working together. So the multitude of coalitions that exist, and sometimes just to address some of the comments I'm seeing, which are saying that there's not enough coalitions. And of course, there's probably will never be enough to, I guess, organizations to bring us together. Some of it is because challenges in terms of capacities or reaching people when necessary. The pandemic also hampered some of these efforts. But many such opportunities already exist and are ongoing. There's behind the scenes efforts. There's always a push for to bring NGO and civil society and activists, briefers to the Security Council, for example, to brief them there, to meet with different UN bodies. Also, there are opportunities for informal exchanges, for strategy and coordination meetings that exist that I'm not at liberty to talk about publicly, but they bring together international NGOs and local NGOs as well. For security reasons, some of it is not covered by the media. So I think it's those efforts exist and they have to continue as much as possible while we try to find opportunities in multilateral arena to take forward accountability efforts as well as political efforts at the UN, at individual countries, at regional organizations, and wherever possible. Thank you.
Yes, to add to what Nadira has said, the trust building and confidence building and coalition building. I'll take you to a model system of OIC. When we started this with OIC, 57 member countries, it's amazing how they came all together with one voice, 57 countries passing resolutions after resolutions because of the facts. Facts have displayed to them the situation, the crisis they understood. Now, we went to second step, which is European Union. Now, we have in UNGA, for many years, General Assembly, we have resolutions coming with partnership with the European Union countries, with OIC. That's very significant. That's what the trust is. Now, OIC has reached out to many other countries. There are efforts made by OIC to build and trust with Chinese and Russians, as this is not a political issue. Chinese, Russians vetoed an opposition in Security Council and others because as a political perspective, this is truly humanitarian issue. We are talking about humanity. They are Rohingya people are humans like Chinese, like Russians. So why can't you do something to save the humanity? Forget about political component. So there are opportunities to bring many countries in the fold, countries beyond OIC, beyond European Union. And the US government has been quite steadfast in supporting this ICJ case and Rohingya issue. And Canadian, you have seen Canadian Foreign Minister speaking. So the coalition getting is better, trust is getting better, but we have to get the message out. What the reality on the ground.
That's interesting, and I wondered about communication with corporations. Does one address the moral aspect, which Dr. Waqar was just alluding to, or do you talk about the bottom line? How do you combine it, or how do you approach corporations? That would be to Simon. Yeah.
I figured as much. But the key thing about corporations is understanding is what moves them is money. In the same way, it's important to understand that what moves politicians is votes. Those are the drivers. And in all of our corporate campaigns, we're making moral arguments. We're also explaining that doing business with the Myanmar military is bad for their business. But underscoring the argument is the power, and the power is, I'm a consumer and I'm not going to buy your goods anymore if you keep doing this, or and things like that. So it's important to understand the difference between ask which is your argument, and then the power you put behind that ask. And in the case of corporations, the power is, again, pressure from consumers, pressure from shareholders, and pressure on their image and reputation through the media, and particularly social media.
And Simon, you've been mentioning, well, we've all been discussing the ICJ case. And recently in California, Facebook was brought to court. Plaintiffs were asking for Facebook to provide Facebook links to the generals, to military who had been inciting violence against the Rohingya over many years. And yet Facebook is not cooperating. I was wondering if you could comment about that as an opportunity for activism.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is part of the reasons why we're putting this pressure on Facebook through our Facebook campaign. And if you check out our petition, which has all of the arguments and also links to resources, one of the things we point out is that, yeah, Facebook, the Myanmar military used their Facebook accounts to promote hate speech against the Rohingya, hate speech against Muslims, and to organize that and foment that and to exacerbate that. And for that reason, in 2018, Facebook closed down a number of those military accounts. What the lawyers for Gambia are asking for is for those posts and communications from those accounts. It's very specific. Since then, by the way, the Burmese military has opened new accounts, and Facebook has allowed them to do that. And these are explicitly propaganda accounts that the Myanmar military has opened. And so what we're asking Facebook to do is to release all this information, this evidence of hate speech, which is evidence of genocidal intent, to the court. That's trying Myanmar on charges of genocide in International Court of Justice. We're also asking Facebook to close down all Myanmar military accounts, not just the military's own accounts, but also military-owned company accounts. The Burma Campaign UK has listed a whole range of Burmese military-owned company accounts which have stayed on Facebook for this duration. And so those are the asks that we're making of Facebook. And again, we're putting consumer pressure, media pressure, shareholder pressure on Facebook to comply with us.
Thank you. Interesting. And Myra, I wanted to ask a little bit more about working with CBOs that are still in Burma. And maybe others can jump in on this subject as well. There's surveillance, there's harassment. The government and the military have minders that watch civil society in Burma. One doesn't want to get people in trouble. And this may be one aspect, though it's not an excuse, but it may be one aspect of why sometimes local voices are not heard because they have to stay in the background for their own safety's sake. Do you agree with that, or would you push back against that interpretation?
Well, maybe I'm not agree, but also maybe I mean, I cannot totally understand the place where they come from. One way or the other, the Burmese government as well as the Burma army will put fear on these people because these people are the messenger for those who are suffering. So now we see they shut down the internet for about a year already. And then those who are writing about the situation on the ground, they get arrested, they throw in jail. All this in order to scare people so that people don't do what they're supposed to do. But at the same time, there are a lot of people who risk their lives. Well, it's okay if I get arrested, but if other people are saved. So we have a lot of brave people at the same time as well, or a lot of people are also working underground. I do work with few underground groups where they're very brave. So I don't really translate it as though because of that, then they are fear and they may not do anything. Maybe not. But I also wanted to encourage the international community, those who have, especially those who have connection with the media, the news groups or the big companies, newspapers, those people. If you have connection with those people, just lead them to the information source back to Burma. Because, for instance, now the rising of the Karen community start protesting is a good thing, because now it's only the matter of the issue is coming from within. People are start uprising and then showing off what they need, calling for what they need, but nobody pick it up. And we do need international media, big mainstream media to pick up this information, because only 2 to 3 days ago, you might see the USCB current op-ed on Karen News. 3 people were arrested and nobody knows about it. And they were arrested as a result of leading the protests. So this kind of stuff is very important, that we also have to bring this forward to the people, the channel that we know, so that they know about what's going on the ground.
Thank you. Well, we have about 15 more minutes, and so maybe it's time to speak a bit about action steps. I mean, I know we have been already. There are so many concerns. At yesterday's meeting, donor fatigue was mentioned, because during COVID, nation states, donor nations, are going to be very distracted and stretched thin. There's the need for EU sanctions. There's many needs, but again, I was wondering how everyone would prioritize the needs that they see at this moment. So maybe Dr. Wakar, if you'd like to start.
You are talking about donor fatigue?
Just in general, the needs that you see most pressing at the moment.
What they need is really, I don't want to diverge from your question, but they really need is the repatriation of the Rohingya refugees. You know, there's a donor issue that really goes to refugee situation. And COVID was one of our major concerns. But fortunately, according to latest report, we have 60 plus positive and 2 deaths. So, but beside COVID, the donors are doing okay with refugee camps in Bangladesh. I do want to mention this, not to forget that there are 20,000 or plus refugees in India. There's no donors coming forward. UNHCR has an office in New Delhi, but these refugees are in Hyderabad and Kashmir and other places. So these donors, we need donor for those refugees for their just food and relief supplies. And then let's go to Rakhine State inside Myanmar. That's even more critical. IDPs. Okay, there are several NGOs in Rakhine State, but yet the IDP is not getting much supplies, donors. COVID was away. They are under the mercy of this coronavirus. They are not getting infection. They are not getting any help, but fortunately they didn't get infection. There are no disease yet that we know in the refugee camps, IDP camps in Sittwe. And their condition is terrible. Now, beyond that, another donor issue is Rohingya villages. Rohingya villages in Rohingya areas in northern Rakhine State, they're struggling. They do not have many families are hosting IDPs. What does that mean? People who did not go to IDP camps, did not cross to Bangladesh during the violence. They took shelter in other villages in their relatives and friends. So those people are hosting these people, homeless. Their villages were burned, and they are strained financially. They do not have good income with farming or fishing, that kind of things. On top of that, they have to take care of this. So donors, really, I appeal to international community to look into that seriously inside Rakhine State, not only IDP camps, the Rohingya community as a general, which are really surviving at the marginal level. So there are variety of complexity of donor situation. Now, of course, like you said, the COVID situation is even making it worse.
One question that was just asked had to do with the rights and conditions for Christians in the camps in Bangladesh. And we have heard some reports of difficulties. Of course, there are many Christians, especially Baptists, among the Karen and other ethnic groups in Burma. And so, rather than just frame this as a religious struggle, because obviously it's not that. Religion is being instrumentalized and used politically to divide people. But as far as other religious minorities, I was wondering if, Myra, you wanted to just speak up for that as a way to include them in coalition building.
I think finally, one way or the other, we do have to bring in the religion coalition as well as the community coalition, because we're talking about the situation of the Christian Rohingya. Yes, they do need a lot more help, because I think very few people heard about this. I don't really hear a lot about it. Only one of them wrote to me, somebody from the camp wrote to me a couple times, and then I think somebody picked it up and wrote about it. So they still need a lot of help, but at the same time, of course, other Christians, not just Christian, the enemies also, even including Buddhist community in the ethnic minorities area, they are not treated as the Burmese majority, the Burman majority. So the religious persecution is there. And that is why we also, like I said earlier, as much as we need the ethnic participation to support each other, to build up a solidarity, the religion also has to come together, just not Christian, but also Christian working with the Buddhists, the Muslims, the Hindu. All of us have to come together to do this together in order to fight against this hideous monster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also related to that, in general terms, I wanted to ask Nadira, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, or rather the UNHCR and the IOM, were involved with Bangladesh and Burma in this MOU between the nations. But apparently, and people can correct me if I'm wrong here, Rohingya leadership, local Rohingya voices were not included in that MOU in any way. And I was wondering if you could address that way of working at the UN or elsewhere.
Yes, it's actually very problematic that not only the Rohingya were not included, which is in this case so essential to include the community that you are, whose situation you're trying to address, but in general, the MOU is not public. We still don't know exactly what is in it, what they agreed on behind closed doors. So how can anybody try to see if that's being implemented or not? What we know is that the conditions in Myanmar are nowhere near conducive to a return. And return is essential, of course, right? Because refugees are suffering. The refugees are suffering in Bangladesh, in Thailand, in Malaysia, in so many countries from all over Myanmar. So it's essential that they're able to come back, but how can they come back if, when it comes to the Rohingya, if they still don't have citizenship, they still don't have freedom of movement, they still don't have access to any services, they're not able to vote. So all those conditions have to be addressed. So it is really incumbent upon UNHCR, on UNDP, on others part of the UN, including on the Secretary General, So the Rosenthal report I spoke about earlier, it highlighted that fault, that the UN is not speaking with one voice on this issue. So it is also up to the Secretary General to really intervene and make sure that those agencies are working together. They're working towards the common goal of addressing all those issues so that refugees can return. And involving local communities is essential. Not only those Rohingya in Bangladesh, but also a lot of Kachin who are based in China, in Thailand, who also have been there for decades. But also the Rohingya in Rakhine State in those IDP camps. They are claiming to close the camps, but essentially what happens is they just relocate them to a nearby area, and they live in those segregated conditions that essentially are the same. So it's not a camp closure. They fail to consult communities and allow them to go back. So it also speaks about your previous question, Adam, about needs. What are the needs? The needs are so great that we can spend all day talking about it. But I think in essence, unless the government really, and the UN, importantly, starts to engage with local communities whose situation they're trying to improve and address, this will continue to persist.
And speaking of lack of transparency, I understand that the government of Burma's response to the ICJ, which came in late May, is also not public. And some advocacy groups have been asking for it to be made public. So we can assess whether or not there is any progress whatsoever in policy. And I was wondering if Dr. Waqar could address that question. Have you seen any progress at all?
Yes, that's a very, very difficult question, a tricky question. What Myanmar government did was some cosmetic things on the ground so that they can file a report. Of course, report cannot be revealed. This is ICJ is a judicial system, it's a court. It cannot be politicized by any means. So if it's revealed, what is in the middle of the process of this case, it will be counterproductive. So it's understandably ICJ did not release that. But on the situation on the ground, pretty much everything is cosmetic. There's first of all, as you have seen in the media, President's office, Myanmar government President's office released 2 press statements, one for compliance, one for compliance of the with the ICJ court order. Another one is prevention, getting the reports on the ground, so on and so forth. What ways really striking is this. I want to mention this. During that time, Myanmar government has released an order, President's office, to evict the Buddhist Rakhine, the government supported group, from Rohingya homes. During the violence, they've taken over Rohingya homes in situ, so many of them. So government has released an order to include the ICJ. So the order was released, and then after the report was submitted, the order was rescinded. So those people who were told by the government to leave Rohingya homes, they are occupied, did not leave. And this became like a joke. So there's nothing is going to take seriously because these cosmetic things they are continue to do. So to make long story short, the situation on the grounds remains the same, in some cases even worse, with our army fighting. Another thing, I want to mention one thing earlier, divide and rule thing. I was itching to talk about that. Just half a minute here. Divide and rule is just part of it. I was brought in Burma, I see on my own eyes until I left for United States to do my graduate studies. Myanmar, this is a fascist government, okay? Myanmar military. They not only want to divide and rule the minorities, they also have a big agenda. Military has the Burmanization. I will give you a good example in Rakhine State. They want to transform all that thing minorities to Burmese, Burma. and they are finding obstacle because of Christianity, Muslims, and others. So a Rakhine state, a good example is this. They have been successful in doing that, trying to transform Rakhine community into Burmese under the banner of union. You go to Rakhine state, go southern Rakhine state, those Rakhine people who has their own identity, own language, doesn't speak Burmese, Rakhine language. They speak Burmese. So they have been encroaching basically to make country just Burmans. And that's how Rakhine people, some of the Rakhine people have now woken up and see that Rohingya are not the threat to them. Like Myanmar military always tell them that, hey, these people are threat to your identity, your religion. But Rohingya people are not. Myanmar military, and they are the one going to swallow Rakhine community than they have recognized now. So this is not just divide and rule. There's a complexity behind it. Just I was itching to talk about that.
Yeah, and I hear in what you're discussing a kind of racist ideology as part of this this strategy, and and so it's a very extreme exclusionary vision of Burma, and no wonder we have tens of thousands and now more than that displaced and with their lands stolen, and so this is a huge problem, and at least it is recognized as a global concern. At least that is the case. The Uyghur, the people of Kashmir, many other ethnic groups are also targeted in similar ways, in racist ways, in even genocidal ways. And so Justice for All appreciates that all the panelists and all those who are listening and participating in this conference share our concerns about this trend. It can't be allowed. We've got to take seriously the slogan, never again, instead of just hearing it as a slogan. Let's hear it as an actual plan of action to stop genocide and to ensure accountability. So we have to stop here. It's time to end, but please stay tuned for the fourth panel in a half an hour. This will be 5:30 New York time regarding steps forward. And I invite everyone to join all the panelists there. So again, thank you from Justice for All. Yeah, thank you, everybody. I think that we'll be going off live in just a moment.
Thank you to all the
everybody.
fellow panelists.
Yeah, it was a good panel. Thank you.
يا أيها الذين آمنوا عليكم أنفسكم لا يضركم من ضل إذا اهتديتم وإنا سمعنا رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يقول إن الناس إذا رأوا المنكر لا يغيرونه أوشك أن يعمهم الله بعقابه. Abu Bakr radiallahu ta'ala anhu stood up and he praised Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and glorified him. And then he said, "O people, you recite this verse, O you who believe, take care of your own selves. If you follow the right guidance, no harm can come to you from those who are in error. But I heard the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam say, if people see evil and they don't change it, it is only a matter of time before Allah consumes them all in that evil. When Abu Bakr Tambadou made his way from the Gambia in West Africa to the Rohingya refugee camps in Southeast Asia, he knew he couldn't turn away from the evil he had witnessed. Listening to survivors' stories, he said that the stench of genocide began drifting across the border into Bangladesh from Myanmar. He said, I realized how much more serious it was than the flashes we'd seen on television screens. Military and civilians would organize systematic attacks against Rohingya, burn down their homes, snatch their babies from their mother's arms, and throw them alive into burning fires. Round up and execute men. Girls were gang raped and put through all types of sexual violence. It sounded very much like the kind of acts that were perpetrated against the Tutsi in Rwanda. In that genocide, up to 1 million Rwandans were killed with machetes and rifles, about 70% of the country's Tutsi population. Sexual violence was rife, with up to 500,000 women being raped. At that time, Abu Bakr Tambadou worked as a trial attorney, where he was responsible for prosecuting violations of international human rights law in Rwanda. He secured the prosecution of 4 war criminals, including former Rwandan Army General Augustin Bizimungu, who called his victims at that time, absolutely. That war criminal who called his victims at that time cockroaches. Here Abu Bakr was now a decade later witnessing the Rohingya genocide. More than 128,000 Muslims remain in detention camps in Myanmar today, where they have been confined since 2012, arbitrarily deprived of their liberty. More than 700,000 Rohingya have fled to Bangladesh since the military campaign of ethnic cleansing began in August 2017. Their villages have been burned down, their bodies discarded like waste, and the world has remained unwilling and unable to support them in their plight. Simon Adams, who's the head of the human rights organization Global Center for the Responsibility to Protect, said there was only one man with the courage, skills, and humanity to try to hold Myanmar accountable for its atrocities. Some were afraid of retaliation from the Chinese, who of course tried to stop the prosecution of Myanmar, knowing that it may set a precedent for them being taken to court for their own Uyghur concentration camps. Simon Adams continued to say, others said it wasn't a good time. Some said it was too politically risky. But I was impressed by Abu Bakr's fearlessness. He realized what would be coming in terms of pressure, but he was developing a strategy to deal with it. We ask ourselves tonight, dear brothers and sisters, what is a hero? Is it an ordinary individual who finds the strength to persevere and endure in spite of overwhelming obstacles? Is it someone who understands the degree of responsibility that comes with his freedom? Is it someone who uses his power responsibly to support the powerless? Is it a man of resilience who is braver for 5 more minutes than his fellow man? To us, a hero is one who recognizes the truth when others deny it, lives by it when others abandon it, pursues it when others obstruct it, and upholds it when others oppose it. Abu Bakr as-Siddiq radiyallahu ta'ala anhu was a hero because he not only refused to let falsehood stand in the way of his recognition of the truth, but he also refused to let fear stand in his way of pursuit of it. Abu Bakr as-Siddiq radiyallahu ta'ala anhu ran to the defense of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam when he was attacked in Mecca, screaming out, "Ataqtuluna rajulan an yaqula Rabbi Allah?" Would you kill a man who says that his Lord is Allah? Abu Bakr Tambadou rushed to the support of the millions of people being persecuted for saying Rabbi Allah, for saying my Lord is Allah. Abu Bakr as-Siddiq radiyallahu ta'ala anhu said, لا تحقرن أحدا من المسلمين فإن صغير المسلمين عند الله عظيما. أو كبيرة. Do not belittle any of the Muslims, for even the lowest of the Muslims is great in the sight of Allah. Abu Bakr Tambadu refused to belittle those brothers and sisters who had been deemed too insignificant by even the wealthiest Muslim nations in the world to uplift. Abu Bakr as-Siddiq radiallahu ta'ala anhu said in his inaugural address as Khalifa, "Al-da'ifu fikum qawiyun indi hatta uriha alayhi haqqahu insha'Allah. Wal-qawiyu fikum da'ifun indi hatta akhudhu al-haqqa minhu insha'Allah. The weak among you is strong in my sight until I return to them that which is rightfully theirs, insha'Allah. And the strong among you is weak in my sight until I take from them what is rightfully someone else's, insha'Allah." Abu Bakr Tambadu fought for the rights of the oppressed Rohingya to be returned to them and refused to succumb to the intimidation of the government of Myanmar and other strong governments that feared being held accountable for their own war crimes. When Abu Bakr as-Siddiq radiallahu ta'ala anhu was with the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in the cave, it was only the two of them, and the third was Allah. Imam al-Ghazali rahimahullah, he said that the most blessed mazloom, the most blessed oppressed one to support in their time of difficulty, man la nasira lahu illa Allah, is the one who has no one but Allah come to their aid. And so when you choose to champion those who others find no political usefulness in supporting, you become a special agent of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent to their aid and join rare company. Your Excellency Abu Bakr Tambadu, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant you a generous space under the shade of the throne of Allah on the day of judgment and a distinguished station next to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in the highest level of Jannat al-Firdaus. Allahumma ameen.
Okay, hello everyone. We're going to start getting ready for our next session. So I'm just going to check to see our guests are here. My name is Hannah Zaberi. I'm the Director for the DC Office of Justice for All for the Burma Task Force. And we welcome all of you here, to all of our guests. I see Shuaimeng is here. Shuaimeng, if you could turn on your camera, that would be excellent. We've had 3 sessions of the conference, of the Genocide and War Crimes in Burma conference, hosted by Justice for All and the Burma Task Force. And now we will be starting our next panel in about 20 minutes. believe we have time. I think we have time to show one more clip before we go on. While we're waiting for our guest, we're going to show another clip of Imam Majid, who is the winner of our 2019 Advocate for Rohingya Award.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah. الصلاة والسلام على رسول الله رحمة المهداة والنعمة المساء وعلى ما بعد. Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "Al-khalqu iyalullah." All humanity are the dependents of God. وَحَبُّهُمْ إِلَى اللَّهِ, the most beloved one among humanity, أَنْفَعُهُمْ لِعِيَالِهِ, is a person that bring benefit, protect, advocate, work for betterments of humanity. And I would like to say that I have the honor of traveling to the Rohingya camps with my dear brother, Imam Abdul Malik Mujahid, the man who's been leading this effort with the interfaith group. And before that, my brothers and sisters from Bangladesh invited me to visit the Rohingya camp for one day, twice. And as we visited with the Rohingya, and we heard the story after the story from women, children, elderly people in those camps, describing how they were treated, persecuted. One of the women have told us she have seen all her male, this is the first visit when I went to the first time, male members of our family being killed. Raping of women, violating them with very systemic, very ongoing activities on Burma. Therefore, I said to myself, when we come back here, we have to do something about it. But I would like just to say that my brother, Imam Abdul Mujahid and Burma Task Force have done tremendous work in this regard. Tremendous work. But the person we're honoring tonight is my dear brother, friend, Arslan Suleiman. Grew up in a strong Islamic Muslim household. His father is here? Family is here? Where's the father? I want to see the father. Thank you. You and your family, wife, you have raised a tremendous young man. An honor to be with Arslan Suleiman in many missions. I'm very proud of young Muslims, American, emerging to be leaders, intellectuals, advocates. I had the pleasure to travel with him and Brother Rashad Hussain around the world to address the issue of religious freedom. And I was so moved
Assalamu alaikum, and thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Henna Zuberi, and I'm the director for the DC Office of Justice for All. Our campaign, Burma Task Force, has organized this conference today, and today, this is the last session of the day. It's the final session for the conference, and we are going to be now discussing challenges and signs of hope, possible roadmaps for Rohingya advocates. Throughout the day, we've been discussing building partnership, building solidarity, taking a close look at needs in Rakhine State, as well as needs in Bangladesh during the COVID-19 crisis. We've also spoken to commissioners from the United States Commission of International Religious Freedom, as well as Rohingya leadership from the ground in the UK, in Malaysia. And wrapping it all up will be our amazing panelists that we are welcoming to the panel today. So my first panelist that I'd like to introduce all of you to is Shui Mong. Shui Mong is a Rohingya rights activist and a politician who served as a member of parliament in the House of Representatives for the Butindong constituency between 2011 and 2016. In parliament, Shui Mong consistently and tenaciously fought for the Rohingya people. Currently, Shui Mong serves as board of members of the Asian Parliamentarians for Human Rights, APHR, and is the founding member of the International Panel of Parliamentarians for Freedom of Religion or Belief, as well as the president of the Arakan Institute of Peace and Development. Shui Mong has previously consulted with former US Presidents Barack Obama and Jimmy Carter in Yangon to discuss the Rohingya genocide. In addition, Shui Mong is a 1995 recipient of the UNESCO Peace Prize. He's a mechanical engineer by profession from the Yangon Institute of Technology and has been working as a Rohingya activist now based in the United States. Thank you so much for being here, Shui Mong.
You're very welcome, Sister Hannah. Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, Minglawa. I feel very honored to speak at this very important event of genocide and war crimes in Burma. We are also remembering third anniversary of genocide against Rohingya. Today, I would like to talk about Myanmar upcoming election on November 8, 2020. In terms of Rohingya crisis, the election in 2015 and upcoming one in November 2020 are not only political issue, but also connected with genocide against Rohingya. I served at Myanmar Union Parliament from 2010 to 2015 by representing persecuted minority Rohingya from my constituency of Butindong Township of Arakan State. I personally witnessed genocide in 2012, and I outcry for the full-fledged citizenship of Rohingya community, as well as justice for the crimes against humanity and peaceful coexistence among between Rakhine and Rohingya inside parliament and outside parliament. In January 2014, a fire broke out at Duchiaden village of Maundo, south of Arakan State of Burma, which destroyed 16 homes and killed a number of people. In that regard, I criticize about the fire broke out under the control of local police, according to eyewitness called me over the phone. In this regard, former President U Thein Sein sent an arrest warrant to the Speaker of the Union Parliament for me, for my criticism to the Democratic Voice of Burma. So the case is still open, at the Myanmar police force in Burma. And then in 2015, the president thinks in revoked temporary ID cards and did not order Immigration Department to issue citizenship cards according to 1951 Resident Registration Act and 1982 Citizenship Law. Instead, Immigration Department introduced and issue so-called National Verification Card, NVC card, which is illegal as per existing law. President U Thein Sein government violated existing laws, and the Union of Myanmar Constitutional Tribunal ruled out that temporary card holders are ineligible to vote, despite these cards are only issued to the citizen by law. And then the parliamentary election laws were amended. In this connection, more than 1 million Rohingya were disenfranchised in 2015 general election, first time in Myanmar history. Rohingya and other Muslim MP candidates were not allowed to contest in the election. For myself, being a sitting member of parliament, I was denied to run for my office again by accusing my both parents were not citizens when I was born. In fact, it was bogus and laughable because my father was a retired police officer and my parents are senior citizens of Myanmar. After that, I was invited to brief human rights situation of Rohingya and then election status at the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission of the House at the Capitol Hill in September 2015. After the briefing, Voice of America Burmese section interviewed me, and I told that 2015 election would be unfree and unfair as 1 million Rohingya and their MP candidates are disenfranchised. For this comment, former Myanmar President Office sent another letter to the Speaker of the Union Parliament, Tura Ushweman, to take action against me. Can you imagine how serious it is? Since then, I remain in United States. Again, on August 27, 2017, I requested Myanmar government leaders through my Facebook page live to protect and save innocent Rohingya from extrajudicial killing by local security forces. Myanmar police force opened a police case against me under counter-terrorism law instead of stopping killing of innocent people. It is so serious and very shocking. So because of my request, sincere request to the Myanmar State Council and Myanmar military chief, so they responded my request as extrajudicial killing to the innocent people, although I requested to protect them. So finally, because of that genocide against Rohingya happened in 2017, 1 million Rohingya were expelled from their homeland to neighboring country Bangladesh, and several thousands of Rohingya were killed, several hundreds of homes and villages were destroyed. So as we all are aware, now Myanmar government is facing genocide case at ICJ, also deportation of Rohingya case at ICC, and then IIMM has been investigating and preparing files to charge Myanmar government at the International Tribunal, National Tribunal, or where appropriate. So when we talk about this forthcoming election in 2020, still Rohingyas are not included in the voters list of forthcoming election. And a number of MP candidates from the Democratic and Human Rights Party and National Democratic Party for Development, these are two Rohingya party, representatives from their parties, we have submitted their paperwork to the relevant district election commission, but they are waiting what the decision will be. It looks like these all Rohingya MP candidate may be rejected again like 2015 because they are not recognizing our Rohingya as a citizen. Therefore, they don't want our Rohingya MP candidates in the forthcoming election. It happened 2015 under the USDB administration. But now, this is NLD administration led by Aung San Suu Kyi. But it looks like still the same policy. What the disenfranchised Rohingya from the election in 2015 are not by law, but by policy. But NLD administrations, looks like they are still same policy. Therefore, I would like to request United States government, United States Congress, and the whole international community to give enough pressure to the government of Myanmar so that Myanmar government will allow Rohingyas to vote and to be elected in forthcoming general election on November 8, 2020. Also, as a conclusion, I would like to thank the minority ethnic leader of Burma, as we had a roundtable meeting yesterday. All major ethnic minority leaders were there, from Rakhine, Karen, Kachin, and Rohingya as well. So we, in principle, we agree to form a network so that we can move forward together. We can speak for each other together. We can advocate and we can advance our rights together, not separately, by a collective way. So for that, I really appreciate. At the same time, I would like to request the citizens of Myanmar inside the Myanmar, so please share the pain of a persecuted ethnic by others. When Rakhine people have pain, we need to share. When we have pain, Rakhines, Karen, Chin, Shan, and other ethnics should share. So in that way, we can fight for our human rights and we can advance our advocacy so that all ethnics of Burma, we can live in our ancestral land peacefully. So this is my message for my fellow citizens in Myanmar. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sharmang, for that. And we hope that we can take up the discussion after the presentations are over on elections in Burma. Next, I'd like to invite Andrea Gittleman from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. Andrea will be sharing just an immense amount of work that the museum has been doing towards highlighting this genocide. She is the program manager for the Simons, I hope I pronounced this right, Scott Center for the Prevention of Genocide, where she focuses on policy outreach, justice, and accountability efforts for mass atrocities, and leads the center's work on Burma, otherwise known as Myanmar. Previously, she was the interim director of U.S. policy and senior legislative counsel at Physicians for Human Rights, where she designed advocacy and policy strategies on a broad range of international human rights issues, including mass atrocities. Prior to that, she served as the Arthur Helton Global Human Rights Fellow with the Burma Lawyers Council in Thailand. where she coordinated an international advocacy campaign for criminal accountability in Burma. She's also worked with the new NYU Immigrants' Right Clinic, Legal Momentum, as well as other, and she was a Peace Corps volunteer. So thank you so much, Andrea, for joining us. It's wonderful to hear from you with your breadth of experience on the Burma issue. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thanks to the organizers and to my fellow panelists. It's an honor to be here with you, and thank you for that very kind introduction. I'll just speak briefly about some of the work that the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum has been doing on this case. And I'll focus in particular on a new online exhibition that we launched in May of this year. I think it's something that can serve as an educational tool for policymakers and for the general public. So to give a sense of the museum's past work, starting in about 2013, the museum started calling attention to what it then called early warning signs of genocide, having public programs, research, investigations, and the like into specifically the treatment of the Rohingya community within Burma or Myanmar. We worked with organizations, including fellow panelists who worked with Fortify Rights, to issue a report several years ago that looked at mounting evidence of genocide, and the Holocaust Museum in 2018 determined that given the situation, given the facts and the definition of the law, that a genocide had occurred against the Rohingya people. One particular project we're looking at now is what genocide prevention could look like in a practical sense. So Myanmar, Burma has the obligation to prevent genocide, and we are putting out some very clear standards and some benchmarks for what genocide prevention would look like. If the government were to seriously prevent future acts of genocide against the Rohingya population and others, what specific steps could they approach? And it would be incumbent upon the United States, but really many other countries, to make sure that the Burmese government adheres to those obligations and all of those steps. So I'll speak in a little bit more detail about the online exhibition that we launched earlier this spring. As you know, the Holocaust Museum as a museum is an educational resource, and we wanted to, in particular, focus on the Rohingya genocide and make sure that people who come to our museum, either the physical space or to the website, to learn about the history of the Holocaust, can also learn that genocide continues today. We wanted to share the stories and experiences directly from Rohingya people, but we also wanted to make sure that we were reaching an audience that perhaps has never heard of Burma or Myanmar, perhaps does not know anything about the Rohingya community or what they have faced. So we wanted to make sure that we had an experience that was very genuine and accurate, but also reached a broad audience and educated them about this important issue. We started by asking some museum visitors what they knew about the situation, and many people really were not familiar with the Rohingya at all, with the history, with the context. Some people might have been a bit familiar about the country, but really we were trying to reach an audience that had little background information, but really a sincere interest in learning more. From the people we talked to, there still was this sense that people understood genocide is not one event. It's not a singular act of violence. It's rather a long process that takes time. It takes many people in order for such a crime to be committed. So we wanted that to be one of the main themes that came across in the exhibition. So we wanted to focus on the process of genocide, all of the early warning signs that so many people throughout this conference have been documenting, to make sure that we focus not only on the most extreme physical acts of violence that often make headlines, but also that long process of deteriorating a community, their rights, their standing, etc. Because all of that is an important part of understanding what the Rohingya community has experienced. We also wanted to show what Rohingya life was like before the genocide and what it was like after. That a community is not only defined by one event, by something that happened to them, but we wanted to show what was lost and what remains. So I'm going to show my screen just to give a sense of of this exhibit. So I hope you can see this here. This is part of the exhibit, which is called Burma's Path to Genocide. And when you scroll down, you can see that the exhibition is mostly broken into two segments. One is about the history of persecution, and one has specific stories from Rohingya people. All of the stories are from the village of Mongnu, which is where a massacre took place. People who were related to each other, who knew each other, etc. So if you go to the history, just to explore this a little bit with you, I encourage everybody to take a look on your own, but just to give you a sense. From these 5 chapters, you can kind of get a sense of the trajectory of the narrative. So we go from belonging to targeted to weakened to destroyed and then surviving. So that tells more of the history than you would often see in a news article or in a short video clip. So we wanted to capture the breadth of the experience. If you then go to the personal stories and then scroll down, here we go. So there are 6 stories of 9 individuals total, and each one I would say is quite powerful and harrowing, where we have the voices of people explaining what has happened to them. Because I think often when we hear about genocide, we hear about mass atrocities, the numbers can be a little bit numbing. So understanding the thousands killed, the hundreds of thousands forced to flee, having the very specific individual personal stories, I think helps people who might not be familiar with the context to have those kinds of connections and understand what has happened. And then you multiply that harm, that loss by the hundreds of thousands of people who have been impacted by this. So here, for example, is a story of Muhammad who's telling the story of his family. We worked with a photographer and curator, Greg Constantine, to put this together. So I'll stop sharing now. That was just to give you a sense of it, but I encourage everybody to kind of explore more of the exhibit on your own. We will have a physical exhibition that mirrors the stories and the elements of the online version, which will be in the museum. The museum is currently closed to the public, of course. When it is safe to open, we will have that exhibit in the museum as well. And I just would say, because we were talking about educational outreach to policymakers and the public, please consider how you might use this exhibit as a resource. We hope that it can spark policy conversations. It also could be used to spark conversations in classrooms, in places of worship, in different communities. So I encourage people to share this and use it as a launching pad to talk about the broader issues, about how genocide is a process and about how specifically the Rohingya community has been impacted. I'm just going to leave it there for now, but I'd be happy to take any questions going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrea, for that. And it's a brilliant exhibition. I hope to see it in real life sometime soon. It's haunting, definitely. Our next panelist is Matthew Smith, who's the Executive Director of Fortify Rights. And he's going to be speaking on next steps for rights and accountability, particularly when it comes to the ICJ and Facebook, what is going on with Facebook currently. Thank you, Matthew, for being here. Matthew is, I'm going to read, he's the co-founder and chief executive of Fortify Rights, a human rights organization based in Southeast Asia that supports human rights defenders and investigates human rights violations, combining 2 commonly separate areas of the human rights movement. Fortify Rights was the 2018 recipient of the George E. Joseph Prize for its extraordinary work to protect survivors of mass atrocity crimes and holds perpetrators accountable in Burma. Matthew himself was a 2014 Echoing Green Global Fellow and previously worked with Human Rights Watch, Earth Rights International, and with Kerry Kennedy, president of Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights. His work focuses on exposing genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, multi-billion-dollar corruption, and other violations. He's written for the New York Times, for the Time magazine, and is really well known and respected. For those of you who don't know about Matthew, he is a personal hero of mine. You know, one day we'll get to Matthew's level. So thank you so much, Matthew, for being here.
Thank you so much, Hannah. Thank you for the generous introduction and very kind words. I really appreciate that. It's wonderful to see you today. It's wonderful to see you, Shui Mong and Andrea, and to hear about all their great work. I really appreciated some of Hannah's remarks before we started this about focusing on what's hopeful for the future. And I noticed that in sessions this morning, that was another theme. So with respect to that, I thought I'd just sort of recap the proceedings at the International Court of Justice in that lens. So in November 2018, the Gambia opened a case to punish genocide against Rohingya. Some of us were there in The Hague for the hearings in December, during which the Gambia requested the court to issue provisional measures of protection.
Matthew, we're having a little bit of problem hearing you.
State Council to stop my video?
Yeah, I think that would help if you can stop your video, and so that might help.
Okay, can you hear?
Yes, that's a little bit better.
Oh, okay. During the proceedings at the ICJ, State Councilor Suu Kyi and her government's legal team essentially opposed the request for provisional measures and denied any genocide occurred or is occurring. Notably, Suu Kyi only used the word Rohingya in reference to ARSA, the American Rohingya Salvation Army. So her denial of the existence of Rohingya as a group was on full display, and this surely did not help her case. Her message was essentially that the government is dealing with an armed conflict, that it's an internal affair, and that the court should respect complementarity. In other words, she's pleading with the court to allow justice in Myanmar to run its course, arguing that the court was overstepping. She cited an investigation by her government-appointed independent commission of inquiry, and she claimed it had gathered more firsthand information than any other fact-finding body. Those of you who are familiar with this commission know it was a very sad display of whitewashing. Thus far, it's only published a summary of its final report, and essentially it conceded that some Myanmar army attacks on civilians constituted war crimes, possibly constituted war crimes, but they argued that those crimes were conducted, quote unquote, haphazardly and were not evidence of the crime of genocide. So the final report has not been released publicly. The methodology has been highly discredited, as Tun Kin mentioned this morning. It's noteworthy, I think, that this commission was the 8th that was created by Myanmar to look into the situation in Rakhine since 2012. Initially, these commissions impressed members of the international community, or at least enabled the international community to look the other way. Often we would hear things like, let's wait and see how the government handles this. But I think on a positive note, thankfully, many governments are no longer accepting these commissions as signs of progress. They're seeing them for what they are, which is essentially a delaying tactic. Also, with regard to the Commission's claim that violations may be war crimes but not genocide, Naypyidaw attempted the same strategy at the ICJ, where Suu Kyi herself acknowledged that some of the violations in Rakhine may have constituted war crimes, but not genocide. Some onlookers have suggested this was a breakthrough moment, the first time the government had ever acknowledged possible war crimes. But if we consider that the government only invoked the possibility of war crimes in an attempt to deny genocide, I think it's hardly a breakthrough at all. In our opinion, it's more of an ironic, cynical ploy to avoid accountability. But back to the ICJ case, there are 17 judges presiding over it. 15 of them, those judges are full-time. Both parties to any case at the ICJ can appoint a judge to sit on the panel. So one judge was appointed by Myanmar and one was appointed by the Gambia. On January 23rd, the ICJ unanimously indicated 4 legally binding provisional measures to protect the rights of Rohingya. This was an extraordinary, but also that it was unanimous. The fact that it was unanimous means that the judge from China, as well as Myanmar's own appointed judge, voted in favor of the provisional measures. So the judge that Myanmar itself had promoted, or had appointed rather, voted against Myanmar's interests with respect to provisional measures. With respect to the measures themselves, there are 4 of them. The first calls on acts of. The second is that the government must ensure that the military and anyone acting under its direction, influence, or control must prevent the destruction of evidence and must preserve evidence related to genocide. And fourth and finally, Myanmar must submit a report to the ICJ every 6 months detailing its progress in implementing the provisional measures. Adding on to the positivity of the court's decision to issue these provisional measures, on January 22nd, in a show of solidarity from within Myanmar, more than 100 organizations in the country issued a statement welcoming the ICJ case as well as efforts by the International Criminal Court. Their statement didn't get too much attention, but it recognized that these cases are steps to protect all people of Myanmar and will aid the country. They were recognizing that these cases will aid the country in achieving democracy, rights, and justice. This statement was reminiscent of public statements issued by Myanmar community-based organizations back in 2016. Back then, they were calling for the establishment an independent UN-appointed investigator. The CSOs issued in 2016 actually helped nudge UN member states to vote in favor of the resolution that created the UN fact-finding mission. And I think this is noteworthy moving forward because it indicates that the efforts of human rights defenders, organizations, community-based organizations can have an impact. And also these shows of solidarity for the Rohingya demonstrate that the dominant narrative is inaccurate. Not everyone in Myanmar despises or rejects the Rohingya. There are beacons of hope, and many have been outspoken at great personal risk. Just in closing here, I'd like to touch on Facebook. In June, some of you may have seen that the Gambia filed an application in US federal court seeking information from Facebook to aid its case against Myanmar at the ICJ. Specifically, the Gambia is looking for documents and communications belonging to or controlled by specific Myanmar military officials whom the company banned. Facebook had banned them. It's also, the Gambia is also seeking information from that Facebook took down and preserved. The Gambia is also seeking documents related to Facebook's internal investigations into the misuse of its platform. So, you know, what did the company know about how the platform was being misused? What led it to make its decisions, etc. And the Gambia, lastly, is looking to have a deposition of a relevant Facebook executive. So all of this information could help prove Myanmar's genocidal intent. In an extraordinary but unsurprising move, last week, Facebook filed its opposition to the request, essentially refusing to provide any information. I mention this because right now I think public pressure against Facebook is very important, and I think could be very helpful for this case and other cases that will come in the future. The company is claiming that it, quote, had to file the opposition in order to prevent, quote, a dangerous precedent. I think this is profoundly cynical. The company is essentially trying to suggest that it is refusing to share evidence of genocide in an it's perverse, it's absurd. I think it's morally appalling. The company is also claiming that it's working with the IIMM to provide evidence. This is the mechanism that was finding mission to collect evidence, the information to the IIMM. The IIMM has been waiting, my understanding is the IIMM has been waiting for more than a year to receive information from Facebook. And so I had recently mentioned to a Facebook executive that there could be two headlines. The first headline would be that Facebook helped prosecute genocide and ushered in a new era in which states can't expect the company to protect them from prosecution. The second headline is that Facebook obstructed a genocide investigation and perpetrators now roam free. So the company has some decisions to make, and I think I'm already over my time here. So so I'll leave it there. And once again, thank you.
Well, that exactly, just that. There could be two headlines, and this is something that perhaps let's start the discussion based on that. What can we do as advocates right now to keep that pressure going on Facebook? I noticed Simon Belinez has dropped an action item on to put pressure on Facebook, and as we go back, we realize it took Facebook more than 1,400 days to act on taking down its genocide, the genocidal posts and posts that created hate in Burma. So Shuimong, you were in Burma at that time while this was going on. Can you pinpoint to us what you witnessed on Facebook, how it has been a source of a tool for anti-genocide work, but then has been a tool for genocide? We'll need to unmute you. Yes, go ahead now.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, two things. We have a lot, so because of time limit, let me share 2 points. First, the president office spokesperson Uzo Te was publicly telling and sharing on his Facebook and Twitter that Muslims are burning their home themselves. But later on, we figured it out. So those women who are burning the houses, they are not Muslim. The government hired some Hindu women from Mount Township to create that story. It means they want to hide the crimes what they committed. That is one issue. And secondly, I read myself a post of Senior General May Online, who is the military chief. They said they need to go ahead with the unfinished business about these Bengali people. So when we read that post, we understand that that unfinished business is to finish Rohingya people from their ancestral land, which is an instigatory what for the cleansing of Rohingya and for the expulsion of Rohingya from their motherland. So that is what happened in 2017. I think these two are very significant ones. We have many more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Andrea, I'd like to ask you, as we talk about Facebook and sometimes, public pressure on administration of Facebook the corporate office hasn't worked so much. Do you think we should go after stockholders next?
Well, I think Matt and Shuimong explained the problem well.
I think there are a number of solutions, and I'm probably not the best place to examine what those different solutions are. I think from an educational perspective, I think it's important to know how hate speech feeds into the process of genocide. And so I think Facebook and other social media companies, in this case, mostly Facebook, have an obligation to examine their role and to take affirmative steps to prevent their platform from being used to foment hate and even incite genocide in the future. I can think of a number of different activities and strategies, and I would defer to the community who might be best placed to advance which particular strategy would work the best for them.
Matthew, you've worked on this, and you brought Facebook up. What are some of your suggestions for those of us listening, those of us who do advocacy work, who are in the grassroots, who might be listening? What are some of your tips for them?
Thanks, Hannah. Well, you know, we've recommended directly to the company a number of things. For starters, the Gambia is set to file what's called its memorial in late October with the ICJ. That will essentially be the Gambia presenting all of the evidence it's collected. And so Facebook should urgently share information. Firstly, it should reverse its opposition to the Gambia's request in US court. It's trying to hide behind US law in concealing evidence of genocide, and it shouldn't do that. So it should share information. The company's claiming it will cooperate with the IIMM, and we've recommended they urgently share information with the IIMM, which could then in turn be shared with the Gambia. And on top of that, you know, this is a company that made more than $50 billion last year. So if I were the head of Facebook, what I would do is hire some of the world's best prosecutors who can help the company look through information that it has preserved and determine what is most actionable for the prosecution of mass atrocity crimes. And right now, I think the company, they've told us they're considering those possibilities, but right now the company is just dragging its feet. I think we can expect more delay tactics. It's clear to me that the company is more concerned with its profits in Southeast Asia than with promoting human rights and preventing genocide. And it can change course. It could still change course, but unfortunately, we're not seeing that.
So next question is from Adam. We haven't seen the discussion on the US elections too much so far. And he was wondering what could be done to ensure that next Congress and the next administration will both promote a genocide determination and be able to move sanctions and other legislation. Now, we realize that it was under Obama that the sanctions were lifted, and honestly, what I've heard from advocates, activists, that people are scared of Democrats coming back for this particular issue, because things actually started moving forward a little bit under this administration, the Republican administration, versus under a Democratic administration. So I'd love to get your thoughts on that, the three of you. Andrea, would you like to go first?
Well, I'll just weigh in because I think it's really important to connect the U.S. election and the election in Myanmar and Burma, which are happening at the same time. And I just want to, when we think about genocide prevention and some of the future risks, I mean, Rohingya who are still in Burma face the ongoing risk of genocide. And the US election has a way of kind of taking all the air out of the room and really capturing media attention from around the world. And it will be, I think, what everyone, American or not, are really focused on. So I would just caution everyone who's concerned about this case to make sure that we are not losing sight of risks of acts of violence, of worrying developments in Burma around the elections and in the immediate aftermath. I think the elections could be a time, at least in the US, when we're focused on domestic issues, which of course is very natural. But I think if there's a way to make sure that the spotlight remains on populations at risk during that time would be essential. And then to your question about, you know, changes in administration, potential changes in approach, I think that's why it's all the more important to have very clear benchmarks about what progress would mean, what genocide prevention means, because any government, you know, in Burma, in Myanmar, and in the US can, you know, I think have rhetoric about how they are promoting prevention or how they are supporting human rights. But I think having very clear ground rules for things like citizenship and different demands from the Rohingya population about the ability to run for office and participate in public affairs, about you know, lifting restrictions on freedom of movement and access to healthcare. These are issues that have been demands from the Rohingya population and their allies for so long. I think having very clear benchmarks would help make sure that there's a concrete sense of what progress would look like, no matter the administration.
Thank you for that. Benchmarks are definitely something. And what would those benchmarks be, Shomong? That would be something that we'd like to, you perhaps to answer. What would those benchmarks look like for a incoming U.S. administration?
Yeah. Since I arrived US in 2015, I have been working with Foreign Affairs Committee of US House. So especially with the former chairman, Honorable Ed Rice. So it's very helpful. So even that Foreign Affairs Committee of the House was able, you see, to adopt a resolution at the House that the atrocity and crimes against humanity happen against Rohingya in Burma is a genocide. This is a significant achievement, but the Senate has not yet approved that one. But again, in this current Foreign Affairs Committee, we have another hero. It's Congressman Brett Sherman. I'm very close to him. So both former chairman and the current committee member, Congressman Brett Sherman, they are focusing for the protection and safety of Rohingya. Because we need to consider about the option B. If Myanmar government doesn't listen, international community for the protection and the safety of the Rohingya, what is the next? So these two honorable congressmen, we are talking about this next level, which is we need to have a safer place inside our motherland Arkan state. We call it safe zone. So that is in terms of Congress. But in terms of administration, as far as I have been working, dealing with State Department, the policy is very good. I'm confident State Department has enough information, evidence, what happened against Rohingya. But I understand still US administration has not yet declared the atrocity as genocide. Hopefully, I think it's within a situation. So also I expect in this forthcoming election in November 2020, US election, there will be more congressmen and also new administration will have focus on our issue. So I'm very confident about that. So I can talk about administration only about that. So I cannot explain about more about the US administration policy because they have their own policy, what they will do in the future or near future.
Matthew, so Sherman talked about safe zones, and we've heard this term used, explained. Many Rohingya ask for it. What does safe zone mean to you? What does it look like to you? Is it something that is achievable?
Thanks for that. Well, I was hoping to say a word about a possible Biden presidency, but I'll hold off on that. But I think that a safe zone, I completely understand where Rohingya activists, human rights defenders in Rohingya in Rakhine and in the camps would be calling for a safe zone. It does make sense. My only concern with the prospect of a safe zone is mass atrocity crimes have been perpetrated in places, Srebrenica for one, where places that were deemed a safe zone. And I think the real key for progress in particularly in Rakhine and in northern Rakhine state is a restoration of the rights of the Rohingya. A safe zone would essentially cordon off certain areas where the Rohingya are living. I think what's really needed would be, restoration of full citizenship rights, which would require an amendment to the citizenship law, accountability for atrocities, restoring freedom of movement, basic fundamental human rights. These are the things that I think would essentially create what people have in mind when they think about safety. But a safe zone in and of itself, I'm not sure would actually work in that way.
So, okay, and I'm going to get back to Biden, but I'd like to ask both of you, all three of you, this. But when we talk about the elections, the Burmese elections are coming up, and what we've seen around the world, unless there is military intervention, the change has to come from within the country. That there have to be enough people who want that for the Rohingya people, who want them to be able to live with peace and dignity and basic human rights from within Burma. And you alluded to some of those signs of hope, Matthew. What can you pinpoint, and Andrea and Sherman, can you pinpoint somewhere where we can see that hope too, from perhaps the monks of the Saffron Revolution, from new people running for these elections, or is it just going to be a repeat of the past? I didn't say this was going to be easy.
Yeah, Andrea, you want to go first?
Sure. It's a good question. I think, given, it's such a dire situation, and I think it's helpful to look at those points of light, as you mentioned. I think finding, there are many points of solidarity amongst other ethnic leaders, as was mentioned before, with the Rohingya people, and I think countering this, I'd say, more general perception internationally that all people in Burma, Myanmar, oppose the Rohingya. I think finding ways to uplift those voices. I'm thinking about the history of the Holocaust and the history of other mass atrocities. Oftentimes, people are not, they're not merely bystanders. They're not perpetrators or victims. There's an entire continuum of people. There are people who are upstanders and who, speak out for persecuted people, even if they're not from their own community. And I think finding ways to highlight those stories, and there have been some over the past several years from a number of different ethnic communities, highlighting those stories, I think might, give other people the freedom to make those kinds of choices as well. And when we think about what might inhibit people from making those choices, I think then it comes back to hate speech and how chilling an environment social media can be. Looking at the kinds of responses people get if they were to show solidarity, and then having, I think, more of a responsibility of these platforms in making sure that they aren't chilling otherwise, people from being upstanders and expressing their compassion, their concern for their fellow countrymen.
Shemang, would you like to?
Yeah. Yeah, in this regard, I would like to highlight again. Actually, we Rohingya people want to live on our ancestral land very peacefully, side by side, together with our brothers and sisters of the Rakhine community. But according to history, what Myanmar government is doing is they are playing, you see, among these two communities. Sometimes they favor Rakhine, then they oppress Rohingya community. Sometimes they favor Rohingya community and they ignore the Rakhine community. But now it is more, you see, crystal clear now. In this time, the Myanmar government is not favoring any community. It means Rohingyas are under persecution. The genocide happened in 2017. Even now, our, you see, brothers and sisters of the Rakhine community, they are under persecution now. So in this regard, what we Rohingya and Rakhine leaders realize that it's time to be united and to speak for another and to live side by side peacefully. That is what we want. I saw a lot of signs from a number of Rakhine leaders, you see, for this peaceful coexistence, especially from the yesterday roundtable meeting. But the problem is what Myanmar government will do. In this week, from I think August 12 to 14, there's a Union Peace Conference. In this 21st century Pelong Union Peace Conference, Rohingya were never included, but Rakhines are also not included in this time. So it means we both communities are suffering. We are not safe. We are first time unsafe together. So if this is situation, of course, we have been outcrying, you see, to international community to solve our problem. So international community has reached so much. So now I would like to highlight the three pillars of response to protect, in which Myanmar is a signatory, because the whole world leaders agree with 2005, these are 2P principle. So as all we are aware, according to principle one, pillar one, I mean, Myanmar is responsible to protect all their citizens, including minority groups. Myanmar failing. Pillar two, international community needs to help Myanmar so that Myanmar government could give enough protection and safety. That looks like also failed. Now we are at the stage of pillar three. But pillar three is very unclear. Still, I don't understand what is the message, what is the written exactly. They said international community response with the appropriate technique. So whatever the technique, I would like to mention that now it is time to think about that pillar three. So in that sense, if we Rohingya and Rakhines, both communities are unsafe, so we are dying on our own land. So how long we need to wait? What international community will do more? I think now is done more than enough. So this is why I have been talking about this safe zone. Safe zone is not the first option. This is option B or C. Our first option is, of course, I fully agree, our government must restore our all rights, our government, Myanmar government, is responsible to give full protection and to treat equally every ethnic minority. But in reality, it's not happening. So now we need to think about option B. It's not what we want, but situation is telling, push into that situation. So in that sense, what I highlighted is a safe zone or a safe place, because our land is unsafe and unprotected. So people are not born to be killed by Myanmar military and local security forces. That we Rohingya and Rakhine are same people, we have same dignity as all other human beings in this world. So this is why, so we have been talking about safe zone. Also, I understand some organizations, some leaders, they are also have some worries about the safe zone, because in safe zone situation, we have a lot of negative scenario. But the thing is, we are already in the very bad situation. So this is why, so we need to think about this option B and the safe zone or safe place. So if we talk about that, if we step up this action, then maybe Myanmar government will come forward. So we'll have a solution. So in this regard, you see, so also I expect international community from in the forthcoming U.S. Congress and U.S. administration, so they can do this thing or implement efficiently, effectively.
Matthew, you wanted to talk about a possible Biden administration and what Burma policy would look like under a Biden administration.
Yeah, thanks, Hina. Well, you know, I think that if the Trump administration, if Secretary Pompeo fails to issue a genocide determination, despite all, you know, that that the State Department has to consider, in the event that, and there are ifs here, but in the event that Biden wins the election, I would fully expect to actually do a course correct on the Rohingya situation, because as you pointed out, the Obama administration prematurely lifted sanctions, and I think granted the Myanmar military too much, too disastrous consequence. And so I think they're going to have to, I would fully expect a Biden administration and to make the appropriate changes and to move forward with a progressive approach to this, which also, you know, I think one thing the Trump administration is famously opposed to the International Criminal Court. President Obama also did not ratify the Rome Statute. Perhaps a Biden administration would, but that would be another area that I think would be important to press upon.
So should we, is this something all of us who are concerned about this, all of us who are working on this issue should be, you know, at the end of this conference, perhaps some next steps, right, to be working on the incoming administration, not only just obviously educating those who are running for office and might never have even heard of the word Rohingyas. There's several new people who are, you know, running and winning primaries. So educating them, but also the expectation that human rights organizations, activists, or advocates have of this incoming, like making a Burma platform, perhaps, on what we expect from this incoming administration. Would this be something that perhaps those of us who are here and working and would perhaps agree to, you know, and pushing that out towards the incoming, you know, whoever comes in next? Would, you know, what would a Burma platform look like? Andrea?
Well, I think it's really important to have very clear expectations that are driven, I think, from the Rohingya community and from other communities in Burma. I think having a consultative process to develop what those what that platform could look like, I think is a great idea. And I think just being very clear in messaging to the next administration, whether it's a Biden administration or a second Trump administration, to acknowledge that this would be a time to reset policy, to address past errors, and to have a new vision for what U.S. Burma policy can look like. And I think that's doable no matter which administration we would have in the coming years. I think having the kind of clear, I mentioned before benchmarks, but having some kind of a clear platform that's, again, consultative and has, I think, some general concepts that different communities can agree upon, I think would be essential. And also making sure that they take into account the political and practical realities that any administration is going to face, I think would make sure that that platform is taken very seriously, and having items that are as practical as possible, I think would increase the chances that they're acted upon.
And so at this point, I'd like to ask the audience if anybody has any more questions. We have about approximately 25 more minutes left to the rest of this, the conference. So any suggestions for next steps, any things that you would like that we haven't addressed throughout the day that would like to be addressed, please do drop that in the chat box or in the Q&A, and we'll take it to our audience. So in all of this so far, as we've been, even yesterday's roundtable was a really amazing step towards solidarity between ethnic groups, and we'll see where that goes. What else can the diaspora do, perhaps, that you haven't seen being done? If I could ask the three of you that question. That's something that, we're really pleased to see so many more Rohingya voices speaking up, so many more Rohingya youth voices speaking up, as well as Kachin and Karen voices, youth voices that we hadn't heard before. But Matthew, Andrea, Shomong, what else can the diaspora be doing that is not being done yet? Matthew, would you unmute you?
Yeah, sure. That's a great question. Thank you. I've been really inspired by the work of Rohingya women in the diaspora and in Myanmar. And there has been some very inspiring support for Rohingya women from Rohingya men. But I would like to see, a more robust support. Rohingya women are doing extraordinary work in a number of different contexts, whether it's, the refugee communities in Malaysia or the camps in Bangladesh, justice and accountability, a number of areas. And I would like to see more support for Rohingya women moving forward. But beyond that, I think the Rohingya community overall, its activists within the community, Ushu and Mong and some others have really demonstrated, and I know, it's essential to continue to listen to Rohingya community members and members of the diaspora and others. There was this, for a long time, there was this mistaken notion that the Rohingya diaspora was disconnected from Rohingya in Rakhine State or Rohingya in the camps. And I even heard this from some diplomats in Yangon. And it was a way that people in positions of power would justify ignoring the diaspora. And thankfully, it's never been true, but thankfully, I think more people in positions of power are realizing that there is one Rohingya community, and that people are working together across borders. And I think that's been a really wonderful trend to see.
Shomong?
Yeah. Thank you, Matthew, for your comments. But actually, what I see in Rohingya and other ethnic minority diaspora in diasporas are they are working hard. See, they are really doing their jobs. I appreciate that. But as per your question, Sister Hannah, what I have not seen is a collective voice of all ethnic minorities of Burma. So we have Rakhine, Karen, Kachin, and Rohingya, and each minority group has a number of organizations. So what I notice is all community leaders or leaders representing their ethnic people is based on organization. So let me talk about my Rohingya community rather than other minority groups. So first of all, I want to request that what talks about is constructive way, positive way for better and efficient advocacy. So Rohingya community leaders, especially Rohingya leaders from all organizations, they need to have a collective voice. For what I have been working now very seriously for last 2 to 3 months is now very progressing. I believe very soon we will have a collective voice. Similarly, I want to have the collective voice of our brothers, Rakhine, Karen, Kachin, and etc. So according to our roundtable meeting yesterday, we, a number of organizations representing the ethnic minorities of Burma, agreed to form a network group. So from that network group, after a brainstorming session, I hope we will be able to form an organization which can advance our all ethnic issues with momentum. So if we do separately, our advocacy effort will be very weak, and it's very difficult to achieve our respective goals. Also, I am very positive, but as of now, it's not yet happened. But let me conclude saying we have already a seed of that growth yesterday. So I'm very hopeful starting from next month meeting. So we have a unified network group which can advance our rights. In that group, I think not only the Rohingya, all ethnic will have a united voice. So that will be the most important voice regarding our human rights violation in Burma. So that we are very hopeful, but as of now, it not yet happened. But I think it will happen very soon. I'm very confident.
Thank you for that. Andrea, would you like to say something? We do have other questions in the chat.
I think it's been well said. I would just say, I know the question was about the Rohingya diaspora. I think the diaspora and activists have been doing a great job. Just to point out that they're up against a lot, and that changing policy requires so much dedication, which the community has, but a lot of time as well. The force of inertia is strong when it comes to policy. So just to say that if there are frustrations, that it's often not on the side of diaspora and on activists, that some of these mountains are hard to move.
Do you think there should be more of what Tunkin has done in Argentina? Should there be more cases like that being filed across the world in places where they're able to file those cases? Is that a positive step? Is that something that more should be doing? Matthew, if you'd like to take that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think the initiative by Tunkin and his organization and Tomas Quintana and the others in Argentina is really important, and I do think that more universal jurisdiction cases should be filed. I think it should be done carefully and with a clear understanding of how it would complement the ongoing accountability mechanisms that are already activated. But yes, I think the short answer is I think it's very important to develop a whole constellation of accountability efforts.
Thank you for that. So one question is, this is the kind of like out of the box thinking perhaps that we need more of, is can a new model of citizenship be possible in Burma with citizenship based on place of birth, not on ethnicity? Shrimon?
Yeah, it is a big question. I think if we talk about citizenship based on birth, what is a practice worldwide, but in our country it is not happening. According to former immigration minister, so he said the 1982 citizenship law was prepared based on blood, not based on birth. It means they want only to recognize 135 ethnics of Burma, which they did not include Rohingya, Pathi, and other important minority. So while my meeting with President Obama on November 14, 2014, also I discussed this issue because the citizenship card, what we are using in Burma, they're emphasizing the religion and ethnic name. So when they write ethnic and religion name, that citizenship card become like a license to discriminate religiously and racially. So instead of doing that, if Myanmar government want to implement a new format of citizenship card, not new type of citizen, new card system. According to Myanmar Immigration Act and 1982 citizenship law, it's not necessary to write the religion and ethnic name on their respective cards. An ID, name, place of birth, date of birth, and address and gender, that should be enough. So when we have this kind of standard uniform ID card, so there will be, you see, less room to discriminate citizen racially and the religiously. So it's very good idea, but the thing is, it depends on the willingness of Myanmar government as well as Ministry of Immigration in Myanmar. They said they want to introduce a smart card which will not include race and religious name, but it's not happening as of today. Hannah, I don't hear you. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you. Andrea, in your work in the Burma's lawyer count as a fellow with the Burma Lawyers Council, what would your reply to be to this suggestion? How hard is it? Where all I'm just trying to understand what the mechanism would be like. And I understand, as Shui Mong has said, there needs to be a will by the government, but is there a mechanism for it?
Well, I mean, I can only speak on behalf of the Holocaust Museum, not Burma Lawyers Council, but I mean, is it possible? Yes, it would require amending the citizenship law. So yes, it's possible, but it would have to follow the legislative process. And there would be nothing kind of beyond that, or no, other process required. But I mean, changing a law would creating any kind of law would require political will, which, as Ushui Monk has said, there really hasn't been a lot of advancements since. So if we think about what's possible, sure. I mean, it would be possible legally, process-wise. There's no kind of new system that would have to be created or anything like that. But creating the political will for something like this I think, would be quite enormous, knowing that my fellow panelists know much more about the situation in the country than I do. I would say, though, that when we think about genocide prevention, the issue of citizenship looms large, and that restoring citizenship by amending the law, which would be the way to do it, is the key way to prevent genocide in the future. And I know there are concerns about Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh being able to return home. I mean, they will not be able to return home to a place where they are unsafe and where they face the risk of genocide. So some pretty serious changes need to be made within Burma in order to make the situation safe enough for them to go back. And this would be one example of something that would make that the case.
Hannah, can I say one point about these important laws, legal points of Myanmar law?
Sure.
Regarding, because the citizenship issue is a big concern for our Rohingya crisis. I think it depends on only willingness of government. The Myanmar president or state councillor asks immigration department, that will be done. Because according to section 42 of 1948 citizenship law, and according to section 6 of 1982 citizenship law, we are eligible for full-fledged citizenship. But the thing is, with the policy, Myanmar government is not implementing. All Rohingya submitted their citizenship application according to 1982 law in 1990, when we have first election. But the whole Myanmar, they issue citizenship card. The government did not issue only Rohingya. So from 1990 to 2010, for the 20 years, Rohingya suffered. Actually, Rohingya were not stateless. You see, they have state. Our state is before Arkhan's kingdom and later the Myanmar, but government intentionally made us stateless. So now let me conclude. If government is willing to do, the solution is just one word, just one order from the president office or state councilor office. They need to instruct immigration department, do it. Then they can implement it. They don't need to change or amend any law with existing laws, which is 1982 citizenship law. So all our Rohingya people are eligible for full-fledged citizenship. But the problem is they are not willing. So there also the format of, to change the format of the citizenship card is, we don't need to pass a law at the parliament. Also, this is it can be done by the immigration department internally. They don't need a separate legislation from the parliament. They can do it. But as I said earlier, willingness is very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that update, Sharman. We have one final question. What is your strategy to empower Bangladesh's government to assist Rohingya refugees in getting back to their homeland? Matthew, would you like to take that question?
Sure, thank you. Well, you know, I think the government of Bangladesh has done a lot of really important work in the area of accountability and justice. You know, cooperating with the Gambia, cooperating with the Office of the Prosecutor at the ICC is absolutely essential. Obviously, you know, the fact that Bangladesh has sheltered more than 1 million Rohingya, I think is essential. It was mentioned earlier today, though, that, you know, we can't overlook the shortcomings of Bangladesh's policies with regard to the Rohingya, just because they've sheltered Rohingya, just because they're part of the effort to achieve accountability. And so, yeah, I think I agree with that. And I think that Bangladesh's response is mixed. They're doing some really important, fantastic things. And then Bangladesh security forces are also routinely violating the rights of Rohingya. And so I think that
Oh, we lost your voice a
you
little.
know, a lot of work with members of the Rohingya community in the camps, and also so the issue of Bas and Char, I think, is quite serious, and you know, anything can be done to but I'm not sure if my connectivity is working here, so maybe I'll just leave it there.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. Well, we are wrapping this session up, and we have, you know, I'd like to ask if Imam Mujahid is on the line, if he could come in, and Adam Carroll, our organizer, who has he's our team lead for the Burma Task Force and has organized this entire conference, if they would like to come in to perhaps just say a few parting words and wrap this up, inshallah. From my end, a lot of food for thought, a lot of, you know, some of the things that we discussed today will help us set our DC policy. We'll be discussing that, especially with elections coming up, both in Burma and in the United States. So thank you all from my end, and I'd like to, I see Imam Mujahid is here.
Thank you so much, Hina, and good to see so many colleagues right there. Thank you. I was listening and thinking and taking notes of the wisdom which you all have shared. I'd like to say thanks to Adam. It must have taken you extraordinary effort to put together a multi-ethnic discussion roundtable yesterday evening and all these programs, which I get to see a lot of people who I love to meet once again, hopefully. So thank you so much for this effort. I think one of the suggestions I will have is whoever has access to Biden and his forthcoming administration, if he wins, is adopt Elizabeth Warren's suggestion. She wanted to put a human rights expert in trade negotiations, whether it's Burma, its neighbors, it's China, or India. I think this is one suggestion which might take US forward when it comes to foreign policy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I just want to say thank you also. I don't have anything more to add to Imam Malik's thank you. But I hope that this will help, and that going forward we can have perhaps a scale up our level of communication and coordination. And so much work to be done. And again, there will probably be some activities around the 3rd anniversary. We have an online rally that we're doing on August 22nd. And we're happy to partner with any organization
so that we can make this a global event. So thank you.
Peace. Salam.
Thanks. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Good panel. And Matthew, we could hear you mostly. It was fine. Yeah.
Now we can see Matthew face very well.
Yeah. Yes.
So video was off. Yeah.
Yes, and I look forward to this this platform idea. This, I've seen it for other